Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sun in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 111. Overwhelming Power. Or, when you're crazy enough to fight a god. Shikamaru, Ino, and Koji stared at the undead Uchiha, who stared back at them with lifeless black eyes. At his feet was the equally lifeless body of Shikaku Nara. Tears streamed from Shikamaru's eyes, his teeth grinding against each other. Ino couldn't suppress her tears either, and covered her mouth with a hand. Koji's eyes were open wide and his mouth left agape, as if still processing what just happened. "I'm sorry for that," Fugaku dryly said, before he raised his katana in a menacing way. "Now, unless the three of you are strong enough to take down a Jonin, I'd suggest you to fall back and find reinforcements. Despite my best efforts, I can't control my actions." "That won't be necessary," a new voice said. The Ino-Shikacho trio was snapped out of their stupor when their sensei landed in front of them, and raised a chakra blade protectively. "Asuma-sensei," Ino stammered. "Asuma-sensei," Shikamaru's dad Koji began, but Asuma raised a hand to silence him. "I know. I sensed his chakra vanish all of a sudden. That's why I came here as fast as I could," Asuma said, his now golden eyes looking at Shikaku's deceased form. "I may not be able to save him, but I'll be able to save the three of you," Asuma said, before pointing one of trench knives at Fugaku. "My name's Asuma Sarutobi, and I shall be your opponent. I have no choice in who I get to fight. But my body is compelled to kill the strongest enemies first. If you're as strong as you appear, you may convince the one controlling me that I should focus on you and ignore the kids," Fugaku said. "I can assure you you'll find me a challenging opponent," Asuma insisted. "Shikamaru, Ino, Koji, I can't fight an opponent this strong and protect you at the same time. Get away from here and try to fight an enemy more suited to your power and skill. Don't worry about me, I'll be okay." Shikamaru didn't say anything, he just wiped his tears, and nodded. He turned back and ran away, with Ino and Koji trailing behind him, much to Asuma's relief. He didn't have time for an argument now. Though his relief was short-lived, as he saw Fugaku's hands blurring through hand seals. "Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu." Fugaku exhaled a massive fireball, which flew towards Asuma, leaving a path of scorched grass and ground on its wake. Asuma channeled more chakra towards his trench knives, the blades of chakra they were projecting growing longer, thicker and shining brighter, as he ride them above his head. "Sage Art, Blade of the Wind God." Asuma brought down both weapons, slamming them into the ground, releasing two crescent-shaped vertical chakra blasts that traveled forward, carving two furrows into the ground as they moved. They cut the giant fireball coming at the leader of the tactical squad, splitting it in two, before the wind around the chakra crescents put the fire away. "Incredible. Despite my jutsu's power and having the elemental advantage," Asuma's attack Fugaku said, before his enemy suddenly appeared before him, trench knife raised above his head, ready to deliver a vertical slash. Time seemed to slow down, and Fugaku's Sharingan analyzed the blade of pure white and blue chakra slowly descending upon him. He could tell that parrying with his own katana, even channeling fire chakra to counter Asuma's wind, would be useless, as Asuma's chakra blade would overwhelm any defense he might put up. "What's with that kind of chakra?" Fugaku thought, as he started to move aside. "His chakra is far more potent than any human, and the color of his eyes and the red marks around them, what kind of power is this?" Time started to flow normally again, and Fugaku was able to dodge Asuma's brutal vertical swipe. It released yet another crescent of chakra that carved another furrow, as well as raising a powerful gale force winds in every direction. "It's Sage Mode, Fugaku-san," a creepy, unnerving voice said in his head. Fugaku recognized it as the man who had Barughite him back from the dead. "Orochimaru? You know about that?" "Yes. Sage Mode is an extremely rare art. Only the most powerful ninjas are able to master it, and even then, you need to sign a contract with an animal tribe willing to teach it to you," Orochimaru said. "I wasn't expecting somebody like Asuma to be able to learn such a mode. Then his chances of beating me are high." "Good. I already died being the unwitting puppet of a manipulator, I don't plan to continue being another puppet in death," Fugaku mentally replied. Orochimaru chuckled. And what makes you think you have a choice, my dear Uchiha? Now continue fighting. I want to see how the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan measure up against the unexpected power of Asuma's Senjutsu. That very moment, Fugaku's Sharingan changed into his Mangekyo form, and made a single hand seal. Okuninushi. Fugaku's body released a wave of chakra in a single burst, and the air around him looked distorted, as if Fugaku wasn't part of this plane of reality. Asuma, who was on the offensive, jumped backwards while rising a chakra blade in a defensive fashion. Interesting. It seems as if you know already what this jutsu does, Fugaku observed. Because I do. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I spoke with somebody who did, Asuma explained. If that's the case, then somebody must have pillaged my eyes and used them for their own benefit, Fugaku said, before a scowl developed on his face. It was Danzo, wasn't it? Yes, it was him, Asuma confirmed. The Sarutobi Jonin could feel Fugaku's anger spiking, and decided that soothing him might be for the best. Still, Danzo is no longer among the living. Meitogai and Shisui Uchiha put him down. Shisui? Is he still alive? Fugaku asked. Wait, what about other Uchihas? Please tell me some of them survived the insurrection. Aside from Shisui, only your sons survived, Asuma explained. After your death, the rest of your clanmates decided they wanted to follow you to the grave and go down fighting, rather than face Konoha's judgment for their actions. Even if reduced to a fraction of what we used to be, it's good to hear that the Uchiha still lives, Fugaku said. They aren't the only ones. Shisui is a father of 2 children. It may take generations, but the Uchiha will reclaim their former glory, Asuma said, before his stare hardened. And thankfully, their leadership won't lose their way like it did under you. I know. I'm sorry for killing your father. I'm also sorry for killing Shikaku Nara, even if it wasn't my intention, Fugaku said sorrowfully. You were close, but my father still lives, Asuma said, much to Fugaku's surprise. And now, I shall put you down for good, so no more lives are endangered by you again. Asuma dashed forward, while Fugaku jumped backwards, leaving a trail of 4 negative-colored after-images that mimicked his movements. The former Uchiha clan head pulled several shuriken and tossed them at the Sarutobi sage, and his after-images did the same. Asuma delivered an horizontal chop in opposite directions with his chakra baldies, creating an X-shaped blast of wind chakra that traveled forward, blowing away all the shuriken. However, more shuriken came after those, and even more after those. Fugaku and his after-images unleashed a storm of metal that was able not only of slowing Asuma's attack down, but to stop it completely. What the? Asuma asked, surprised, as he jumped back from the incoming rain of steel stars, as he made more hand seals. Fire release, Great Flame Jutsu. This time, Asuma expelled a huge cone of flames, burning so hot, the shuriken melted into puddles of liquid metal in mere seconds, and expanded in width as it moved towards Fugaku. The former Uchiha clan head tried to move to the side, but was unable to dodge the incoming firestorm, and he was engulfed by a sea of blazing red and orange. Even if he's immortal, that fire should be enough to put him down so he can be sealed away before he regenerates, Asuma said to himself, as he watched the flames in front of him quickly disappear. His eyes also returned to normal as Sage Mode vanished. And good thing, because I used the last of the Senjutsu chakra I gathered before on that attack. Sure, he still had a shadow clone hidden among the trees gathering nature energy, but he wanted to save that for an enemy of similar caliber. However, when the flames died out, rather than a charred body in the process of regenerating, he saw that Fugaku was very much untouched. Around him was a giant ghostly ribcage, black with red edges, and some fire around it that quickly disappeared. Susanoo. Of course, I should have expected that, Asuma said, skulking in frustration. You know this jutsu as well, Fugaku observed. I presume you saw Itake or Shisui using it. Suzuki as well, Asuma added. Fugaku was a little taken aback, but made no comments on that detail about his youngest son. Then, Fugaku's Susanoo skeleton continued developing, growing arms, shoulders, a neck and a head, followed by muscle, and then skin. Lastly, 2 black swords appeared on each hand of the construct. The Sarutobi Jonin seethed as he made a single hand seal. The shadow clone gathering nature energy was dispelled, said energy transferring to Asuma, restoring his sage mode. This is going to be harder than I believed. But I didn't get where I am now by throwing the towel in the face of a challenge, Asuma said, as he channeled chakra through his trench knives, generating 2 chakra baldies through them. Let's go. Shikamaru, Koji, and Ino had tried to flee and find a more suitable opponent like Asuma had commanded them. Unfortunately, they were intercepted by Sasori, who decided that they would be his next victims. They've been trying to escape from him, but whenever they moved away, one of Sasori's puppets rained poisoned quinine and senbon on them, forcing them to remain in place. Doesn't those things ever run out of ammo? Koji asked, as he ran away as fast as he could from the deadly metal shower, followed by Ino. Even the lesser of my creations are still deadly weapons. Do not underestimate my art, Sasori said, sounding somewhat annoyed. While one of the puppets continued to rain poisoned weapons on the 2 Konoha Chunin, the other one generated blades around its arms, and dashed towards Shikamaru. The Nara, however, was unfazed. Shadow Sewing Jutsu, Shadow Cocoon. Multiple shadowy threads formed around Shikamaru, and wrapped around him, forming a protective shell just in time to block the strike from the incoming puppet. There was a metallic clang upon impact, but the shadow shield didn't break. At least, until Shikamaru commanded it to. Shadow Sewing Jutsu. The protective cocoon broke apart again into multiple dark tendrils, which wrapped themselves around the puppet's arms and legs, trapping it. Now, time to break this thing. Shikamaru shouted, as he made a hand seal and used his anger to empower his chakra. The shadowy threads started to apply pressure, and a few cracks could be heard from within the puppet. I won't let you, Sasori said in his bored monotone. Shikamaru looked at the undead redhead, but didn't see him doing anything. That's it, until he noticed something on his shin. Looking down, he saw a chakra thread attached to it. Sasori then moved a finger with the thread attached to it, and Shikamaru's leg was pulled with deceptively strong force, making him fall on his back, while Sasori pulled his now free puppet back. Not that I care that much for these oldies, but it's the best I have now. Then again, Sasori said, as he looked around. There are so many skilled ninjas here, many of them with bloodline limits. Yes, I can start a new collection with all the bodies that will be left once this battle is over. Shikamaru. Ino shouted, as she and Koji rushed to help his friend, but another rain of poisoned metal stopped her from doing so. Sorry, but no interruptions. That was your father there, wasn't he? Sasori asked, his eyes locked onto Shikamaru. I also know the pain of losing a parent to enemy ninjas, though in my case, they didn't die before my very eyes. You must feel horrible. But fear not, soon you'll be free of your misery and will be able to reunite with your dad. With a hand wave, Sasori directed his puppet to finish the now helpless Shikamaru. However, all of a sudden, the air was filled with the sound of cracking electricity, a white, blue and red blur crossed the space between Sasori and his enemies, followed by the sound of ropes being snapped, and then Sasori's puppets fell to the ground motionlessly. What the? Sasori asked, as the chakra threads on his fingers dispelled. Somebody cut the threads. Shikamaru felt a pair of hands grabbing him by his shoulders and helping him back on his feet. He saw that Amwa and T were the ones helping him up. In front of him was Karui, smirking at him. Hey man, you okay? Amwa asked. I've been better, but yeah. That was a nice save, Shikamaru complimented. Karui smirked in satisfaction. You're welcome. You're lucky we noticed you guys were in trouble. Because you were constantly checking on Koji, T jabbed. We're in the middle of a battle, leave the goddamn teasing for when we win. The redhead angrily yelled at her teammate. Yeah, I like to tease Karui as much as you, but she has a point, Amwa agreed. Karui. Koji yelled as he ran towards the group. You saved Shikamaru. I know, I'm great, she said with a nod, and suddenly pulled out several shuriken from her ninja tool pouch, and tossed them towards Sasori. The redhead was trying to reattach his chakra threads to the puppets, but Karui's shuriken intercepted them before he could do so. Trying to recover your toys while we're talking, huh? Not on my watch. T, you know what to do, Amwa said. T nodded, put herself behind Shikamaru, and started to make hand seals. Shikamaru immediately realized what she was doing, and crouched down and made a hand seal of his own. Lightning release, lightning flash. T's body exploded with bright white light. Those unfortunate to look at her in that moment, like Sasori, felt like a lightning bolt just fell in front of their very eyes, and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. But just for once, T wasn't using that jutsu to blind her opponent. The bright light, however, had the added effect of greatly expanding Shikamaru's shadow for a few seconds. A few seconds was all what the Nara needed. Shadow imitation jutsu. With a speed never seen before, Shikamaru's shadow stretched and rocketed forward, touching Sasori's shadow, leaving the undead puppeteer completely immobilized. "This guy won't go anywhere," Shikamaru said. "Good. T, put some chakra suppressing seals and restriction seals on him before somebody else tries to free him," Kurui commanded. "Understood," the twin-braided Kunoichi said, as she moved towards the incapacitated Akatsuki. "Okay, now that we dealt with that creep, I'd like if we went after my dad. He's pretty dangerous, and I feel only I can counter his jutsu," Ino began. She was about to say something more, when suddenly the ground started to shake under her feet. What the dash? Shikamaru's heart skipped a beat, as he knew what was going to happen. "Everybody, move." And indeed, the next few seconds, the ground cracked, before it violently exploded outwards, sending large chunks of earth and dirt flying everywhere, and naturally, the ninjas that were standing there not even a second ago, including Shikamaru and the others. And from under the recently formed giant crack, an equally gigantic black and red centipede appeared. "What the hell was that?" T asked, as she looked at the gigantic centipede charging towards a group of allied ninjas fighting Zetsu clones. "A summoned animal." "Shikamaru. I saw that animal before," Koji said. "It was dash." "Pain," Shikamaru interrupted. "Yes, that's one of his summons." "Pain? What pain?" Kurui asked. Pain, or Nagato Uzumaki, as we later found, was the leader of Akatsuki, and a bearer of the Rinnegan, Shikamaru explained. Among his many powers, he could summon a wide variety of giant animals, much stronger than the usual summoned animals. He let out a weary sigh. Of course, it was obvious that Orochimaru would revive somebody of such power. So all the reanimations he sent after the other divisions weren't even his best. "It seems that he's been saving his heavy hitters all this time," Kurui said in realization. "That's all nice and good, but you're forgetting about what's important," T cut in. "How do we defeat that guy? Because if he died before, that means that we can just kill him again. Or hurt him enough to seal him. So what did you guys do the first time?" "We didn't do anything. It was Naruto who took him down," Shikamaru replied. "And we can no longer count on him. Besides, Pain is way too much out of our league," Koji said. "Only somebody with the power of a cage is a match for a guy that powerful." "Thankfully, our Raikage is the leader of this division," Kurui reminded, and his spirits quickly lifted. "Yes, Raikage-sama will make short work of that guy, Rinnegan, or not. I don't know how strong the Raikage is, but I'm really hoping your faith in him isn't misplaced," Shikamaru said, sounding a little skeptic. "Though, is there something we can do to help?" Amwa asked, as his eyes darted towards the giant centipede. Then, there was another booming thunder kelp, and saw more allied ninjas fighting against a giant lobster. "Damn, another one. Those animals are pretty strong, but they can be taken down with enough firepower," Shikamaru said. "Come on, let's go. Watch out," Fugaku warned. Fugaku Suzanu's arm, which was holding a black blade with red edges, was brought down onto Asuma. The Sarutobi Sage was tempted to parry the attack and check how did he hold against the Uchiha's power, but in the end he refused to take the risk. When the Susanoo sword hit the ground, it created a large crack that kept spreading in its general direction, shattering the ground in its wake. "Such destructive power," Asuma said in awe, clicking his tongue as he looked at Fugaku, encased inside the giant chakra construct. "Unstoppable offense and iron-hard defense, this is going to be a challenging one. To think that every Uchiha has this power buried inside their being," Fugaku commented, sounding amazed as well. The Mangekyo Sharinon was known since the time of Madara Uchiha, how is that you only learned about it now? Asuma asked. While the existence of the Mangekyo Sharinon was known, how to unlock it was not. Madara kept that knowledge to himself, and took it to the grave, Fugaku explained. It was shortly before my death that I discovered the secret behind its activation. Asuma rushed forward, and Fugaku's Susanoo tried to slam him again. This time, Asuma moved aside, before leaping at his opponent, raising both chakra blades. The Susanoo lifted its other arm, generating a sword to parry Asuma's attack. Blades clashed against each other, but in the end, Asuma's ended up slicing through Fugaku's Susanoo's, and struck the head of the chakra construct. However, the initial parry deprived his blow of much of its momentum, and only managed to make a small crack on its head. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. From within the Susanoo, Fugaku exhaled a huge fireball at Asuma, still clinging to the Susanoo's head, though he was able to jump away before the fiery attack could touch him. At the very least, I proved that I can overpower his defenses if necessary, though that alone won't be of any help, Asuma thought, his feet touching the ground, and Fugaku's fireball sailing into the sky. Though the fact that Fugaku can use ninjutsu while inside that thing is troubling. Spikes started to grow all around the chakra construct. Asuma tensed up, and noticed that the spikes were all aimed at him. Susanoo, Tsukumo. The spikes fired off. Still, Asuma wasn't intimidated, and fast as lightning, started to swing his trench knives as fast as possible, deflecting the lethal needles aiming at him. He then noticed another spike of chakra coming from Fugaku, and realized he was making hand seals. He pulled out a handful of shuriken, and tossed them forward while exhaling fire into them, granting them an aura of fire. Trying to overwhelm me like that won't work. You still haven't seen the full extent of my abilities. Asuma said, as he prepared for the new barrage. Sage Art, Dual Elemental Release, Blades of Fire and Wind. The blue chakra blades Asuma's trench knives were projecting suddenly increased in length and thickness, while one of them burst into orange flames, and the other turned bluish-white. Asuma continued to deflect the Susanoo needles and the flaming shuriken, but now every swing released a crescent of wind or fire, many of them whom hit Fugaku's Susanoo. Said Susanoo moved forward, and tried to smash Asuma with one of its giant blades. This time, the Sarutobi clan member opted to parry the attack, crossing his blades above his head. The impact was powerful enough to sink his feet into the ground, but Asuma his senjutsu enhanced strength, Asuma spread his blades outwards in an arc, releasing a powerful crescent of wind and fire that shattered the Susanoo's blade. Asuma moved again. The Susanoo's other arm moved to intercept, albeit this time it appeared it was trying to grab him. As he moved, Asuma started to spin on his feet, turning into a deadly tornado of cutting wind and fire, and the other Susanoo arm was shattered as well. Yes. If I use the full extent of my power, I can neutralize his offense and overcome his defense. Asuma thought in triumph. Now time to end this. Asuma moved for the kill, and delivered a double thrust towards Fugaku's position. The elemental blades met with some resistance when they touched the Susanoo's shell, but this one too was shattered. The rest of the Susanoo vanished as Fugaku made a single hand seal. Okunanushi. Asuma felt a burst of chakra coming from Fugaku, and cursed inwardly as he jumped backwards, leaving a trail of negative after-images. Asuma's blades pierced the solid after-images, but doing so reduced his momentum, and he failed to reach the undead Uchiha. Shit. I was so close. Asuma cursed in anger. Yes, you were close. I didn't think there was something that could match, much less overcome, the mighty Susanoo in terms of power, Fugaku said, as the Susanoo formed around him again. However, you didn't see the whole extent of its power. That was merely the humoid Susanoo. Here's the next stage, the armored Susanoo. The chakra construct grew in size, and gloves, vambraces, shoulder pads, a helmet, and a chest plate formed around Fugaku's Susanoo, encasing it in armor. Then, a cowl covered its head, falling behind its back forming a cape. Finally, it raised a hand, generating a double-blade katana. The Susanoo raised the double-blade katana even higher, and started to spin it. The force of the spin was so great, it raised a small tornado around it. Once it built enough momentum, Fugaku tossed it forward. Susanoo, helix. If I dodge that, it will continue forward, and Kami knows how many allied ninjas will die to that. I need to stop it. Asuma said, as beads of sweat ran down his temples. Channeling chakra into his arms, he delivered a swing with both his blades, hoping it would be enough to stop the attack. The black double katana was shattered by the impact, but it produced an explosion that hurled the Sarutobi clan member backwards, landing painfully on his back. And on top of the damage taken, Asuma felt how the last of the nature energy strengthening his body faded away. Shit. He cursed, as he tried to get back on his feet. Fugaku moved forward, and his dreadful Susanoo with him. And that isn't even the whole power of the Susanoo, Fugaku said. Orochimaru wanted me to test how my power did against that of a sage, and now that he has the answer, he doesn't need me to hold back. Now be prepared for the power of the perfect Susanoo. Asurato. Nagato raised his arm, which reassembled itself as if it were a machine into a cannon. The barrel of said cannon started to glow with a white light as it gathered energy, before finally firing a bolt of chakra at the Raikage. The Raikage, however, proved that his moniker of fastest man alive wasn't an exaggeration when he was able to move fast enough to dodge the incoming bolt. More bolts were fired, but the Raikage, now barely a white and brown blur, dodged them easily as he zigzagged towards Nagato, leaving a trail of dust and blades of grass behind. Unfortunately, Nagato had something the Raikage's speed was useless against. Shinra Tensei. Once again, it felt like gravity no longer affected his body a fraction of a second before an invisible force launched him backwards. Despite tumbling a few times, he was able to land on his feet, skidding back into the ground. Then, all of a sudden, the sidestepped and wrapped his arm around seemingly thin air. Ha! You think you can catch me off guard with such a pathetic trick? The air behind the Raikage rippled and shimmered, revealing a gigantic chameleon, with A's arms wrapped around the neck of the snake that was attached to its head. The snake hissed angrily, but the Raikage didn't budge. And showing once again that his muscles weren't just for show, the Raikage lifted the chameleon A of his head before spinning around his feet, building up so much momentum, a small tornado began to form. This may be a problem, Nagato observed, taking a step back. You can have your repulsive pet back. The Raikage roared, before launching the gigantic reptile at Nagato. The undead redhead reflexively raised his other arm, and fired his most used and versatile jutsu. Shinra Tensei. The chameleon screeched as the force of the Raikage's throw clashed against the gravity blast of Nagato's attack, crushing the animal's body, resulting in its forced unsummoning, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. Said cloud was split in two the moment the Raikage blitzed towards Nagato again. 5 seconds before he can use that jutsu again. The Raikage thought, as they closed the distance between the two once again. But this time, make sure no other animal interferes, there. A huge shadow blacked the sun, followed by a loud and high-pitched caw, and the Raikage jumped in time just to avoid a gigantic bird gore him with its large and deformed beak, landing on its head, before running through his body. Upon seeing that it had a leg sticking from its back, the Raikage smirked as an idea formed in his mind. That was a big mistake on your part, I said, as he grabbed the bird by the leg, and jumped towards Nagato, dragging the confused animal with him, before slamming it down on the redhead. Mistakes like that are easy to fix, Nagato said, making a hand seal. That moment, the bird was unsummoned, leaving the Raikage empty-handed, the sudden lack of the massive weight he was carrying fumbling his balance. Something Nagato took advantage of, as he jumped backwards while casting his hand forward. Bansho Tenin. Falling prey to the same feeling of weightlessness, this time the Raikage was pulled towards Nagato's hand, which wrapped around his throat, as another hand grabbed his head. I'm sorry. But you're already dead. Ningendo. Nagato then moved the hand back, pulling the Raikage's soul away from his body. Or that's what he would have done, if the Raikage didn't grab his wrist, leaving the large man's soul only partially out his body. The two of them struggled as if the soul was a rope in a tug-o-war competition. Don't you dare underestimate me! The Raikage shouted, as he forced Nagato's hand to leave his soul into his body. What the? How are you resisting this jutsu? The stunned Nagato asked. The pressure on his wrist intensified, until it burst in a small cloud of dust and paper bits, causing the hand to fall to the ground lifelessly, while the Raikage's soul fully returned to his body. Not giving Nagato another chance, the Raikage delivered a rather brutal kick to the redhead's chest, sending him flying backwards. Before he could press the attack, the Raikage was alerted by another giant shadow looming over him. He jumped away just in time before a giant bear claw smashed against the ground, opening a crater. The Raikage glared at the newcomer with a mix of frustration and anger. "Now a panda bear?" the Raikage asked in exasperation. "Just how many of these things can you summon?" The panda let out a roar, as it stomped towards the Raikage, letting out a loud roar. The leader of Kyumigakuer was unfazed. Electric sparks loudly crackled around his body as he directed more chakra towards his lightning chakra cloak. Thundering elbow smash. In less than a second, the Raikage leaped at the panda, and sank his left elbow into the giant bear's gut with all the strength he could muster, making the white and black plantigrade to tumble and fall on its back as if it was a chopped tree. Lightning combo, rapid fire series. A's fists were coated with electricity, and started to deliver a series of extremely fast-paced punches towards his opponent. The panda's furry flesh felt soft at first, but suddenly it hardened into something that resembled iron, and the Raikage's lightning-enhanced punches were barely making a dent on it, something the man quickly noticed. Despite being lying on its back, the giant panda delivered another claw swipe at the Raikage, who jumped back before the slow-moving animal could reach it. Several whistles alerted him of danger, and looking up, he saw a multitude of missiles raining upon him. He remained still, letting the missiles fall around him, producing multiple blasts that engulfed him in a massive storm of fire. Said storm of fire was instantly dispelled as a surge of chakra burst outwards from the inside, revealing the very much unscathed Raikage. "I could have dodged that pathetic attack had I chose to. But I wanted to see the extent of your raw strength," the Raikage said, looking at how Nagato moving towards him. "And frankly, I'm not impressed. Then again, there's no ninja who has been able to pierce my lightning armor." "I see. Unfortunately for you, what you saw isn't the full extent of my abilities," Nagato said, as his hands started to form hand seals. I couldn't prepare for Nagato's attack, as the giant panda got back on its feet, and tried to stomp the Raikage, forcing him to jump sideways. And it was that moment when Nagato unleashed his attack. Wind release, air bullets. Nagato expelled from his mouth several projectiles of compressed air at the Raikage. "He waited for me to be in the air so I couldn't dodge. Clever bastard," the Raikage thought, as he saw the air missiles coming at him, while trying to position his body in order to avoid as many of them as possible. "I must increase the power of my armor." Before his feet could touch the floor again, several air bullets hit the Raikage, on his right forearm, right shoulder, and left side of the chest. Even if the armor greatly reduced the power of the attack, they still drew blood and made him feel pain. He did manage to dodge and outrun the rest of the projectiles once he could run again. As expected, if your chakra armor is based on lightning, then wind chakra can pierce it, Nagato observed. "And very few people can match me when it comes to elemental ninjutsu. Not just the Rinnegan, but an affinity that beats mine," the Raikage growled, as he fixed Nagato with an angry stare. He also could hear the giant panda stomping towards him again. "Then again, I didn't become Raikage by shying away from a challenging fight." The Raikage jumped just in time to avoid the bear's claw swipe, though rather than jumping away from him, the Raikage leaped towards it, and performed a downward kick as he landed on the beast's head. "Let's get rid of you first." Guillotine drop. A slammed his foot onto the panda's head with such force, it made it drop into the ground head first. As he let gravity pull him towards the panda on the ground, the Raikage aimed his fists down and started to spin. Kyumigakuer drilling whirlwind. The panda had no time to harden its body, and the Raikage's brutal attack pierced its flesh and skin. Taking critical damage, the creature's summoning was undone, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dispelled, the Raikage pointed a finger at Nagato. "You're next, zombie," the Raikage said. "And don't think that just because you have wind affinity you have an advantage over me. My affinity isn't just wind, but all 5 elements. That's one of the many gifts of the Rinnegan," Nagato said, as he started to make hand seals. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Nagato slammed both hands into the ground, and suddenly the grassy terrain around them turned into a vast quagmire. The wreckage quickly started to sink, but Nagato remained at the top as if it was solid surface. I recognize this jutsu, it's from Jiraiya. The wreckage said, as he struggled not to sink. So it's true he taught you ninjutsu? Yes. Your biggest strength is speed, and this will make sure to curb that. For your sake, I hope you have something to counter this, because I don't want yet another innocent in my conscience, Nagato said in a sorrowful, almost pleading tone. The wreckage, however, took that as nothing but an insult. A vein in his forehead swelled in pure anger. You think a little mud is enough to stop me? A bellowed as his lightning armor burst outward with energy. Think again. And much to Nagato's surprise, a lunged at Nagato, slower than before but still at a breaknecking speed, raising a wave of mud as he moved. Incredible, even with such a disadvantageous terrain, his speed is still something to behold, Nagato thought in awe. A chakra rod formed in his hand, as he prepared to endure the incoming clash. Nagato channeled wind chakra through said rod, and lifted it just in time to parry a brutal lightning-enhanced punch from the 1st Division commander. The rod broke but it was able to absorb most of the punch's momentum. And it wouldn't be the last thing that was about to be absorbed. Nagato then placed his other hand on the wreckage's chest. Gakido. The wreckage could feel how his chakra was drained into Nagato, as the lightning armor that surrounded his body started to flicker and disappear. The wreckage mentally kicked himself for making such a mistake. Shit. His ability to absorb chakra. Since I'm a taijutsu specialist, I didn't pay it much mind, but I should have realized he could have used it to absorb my lightning armor. Despite the mud reducing his mobility, I jumped backwards as he channeled even more chakra into his receding lightning armor, quickly restoring it to its peak strength. The wreckage prepared to attack again, this time reminding himself to be more careful of the chakra-absorbing ability. But before he could resume the battle, a violent tremor shook the entire battlefield. What the? The wreckage looked around, and immediately saw the source of the disturbance. A gigantic chakra construct, black in color with red edges, about 12 meters in height, of a heavily armored samurai whose face was covered by a mask with the appearance of a tengu. He was carrying a double-blade katana that was holding with both hands. What the hell is that? Susanoo, Nagato's voice replied. An Uchiha's most powerful ability. I've never seen one before, only heard about it. Seeing one with my own eyes is breathtaking. The chakra construct raised his sword, before bringing it down in a descending arc, opening a huge crack in the ground, sending the unfortunate ninjas caught in the strike flying in all directions, and creating yet another tremor. Orochimaru was keeping such a powerful ninja under wraps. The wreckage asked, as he turned towards Nagato. I see. He didn't want to show his best cards until we got comfortable with the war. Unfortunately, this isn't the worst Orochimaru has to offer. If you don't like the Susanoo, you're going to like this even less, Nagato said, as he raised a hand at the wreckage. The Kumigakuer leader braced for whatever jutsu the undead redhead was about to unleash at him. But much to his surprise, Nagato raised his hand further, almost aiming into the sky. Chibaku Tensei. Water release, double water palm. Hikari thrust both hands forward, blasting her undead husband with a torrent of water. Hayashi countered it with a vacuum palm, but it was overpowered, and was hit by the powerful stream of water. His Byakugan noticed Hayashi coming closer, but was in no position to do anything. Hisashi's chakra flared with power. 8 trigrams, 32 exploding strikes. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. Each one of Hisashi's palm hits was accompanied by a small chakra explosion that tore some of Hayashi's artificial flesh from his body. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. When Hisashi was finished, Hayashi's body was smoking, missing several chunks of his arms, legs, torso, and even head. He limply fell on his back, as he felt the regeneration starting to kick in. But he knew, much to his relief, that he wouldn't regenerate in time before being sealed. And indeed, a couple of seal masters landed besides the Hyagas, and quickly went to seal the downed Hayashi. Don't worry, brother, soon you shall return to your eternal rest, Hisashi solemnly said. And return to the afterlife knowing that, while the night we lost you we also lost many clan members, the Hyaga clan is stronger than it has ever been. That's all what I could have asked for, Hayashi said, as his body was wrapped in cloths. I'm glad that you two, and my daughters, are doing good. With that, the seal masters took the cloth cocoon away, leaving the two Hyagas alone. Hisashi made a move to walk away, but Hikari remained frozen in place. The former leader of the branch house walked towards Hikari, and put a hand on her shoulder. Hikari-san, I know better than anybody how must you feel now, Hisashi said emphatically. But the battle is far from over. We can grieve over reopen wounds once we stand victorious. Why yes. Sorry about that. Let's meet up with Dash. Hikari was interrupted when a tremor shook the battlefield. The two Hyaga immediately focused their Byakugan towards the source of the commotion, and immediately found it, a massive Susanoo armor. Susanoo? Hisashi asked. Whose is that? Shisui went with Hinata-sama to the moon, and I'm sure Itaki and Suzuki weren't on this division. It's obvious that such Susanoo belongs to a reanimation. Other divisions reported of undead Uchihas, Hikari said, as he tried to piece the look of the caster. Unfortunately, the chakra of the Susanoo acted as a barrier for the Byakugan's enhanced vision. Plus, the color doesn't match with the Susanoo we know. It's massive. Much larger than the Susanoo of Itake, Suzuki, or Shisui, Hisashi said, trying his best to hide his fear and uneasiness. How are we going to fight that thing? I don't know, Hikari admitted. I believe Tsunade-sama or Hanabi-chan wouldn't have any problem destroying that thing down. If we could only contact HQ and Dash. Once again, Hikari was interrupted by yet another tremor, except this time it wasn't the Susanoo the source of it. Over there. Hisashi pointed into the sky. Hikari looked where Hisashi was pointing, and saw a massive amount of chakra concentrated into an extremely small point. She only saw something similar once before in her life. Hikari-san, is that? The answer in the form of large chunks of earth being ripped apart, trees uprooted from the ground, and rocks elevating into the sky and pulled into the almost invisible chakra orb. And not just that, but some allied ninjas and white Zetsu clones were pulled into the forming planetoid as well, screaming in horror as they were buried alive by tons of rocks. The fights ceased, and soon everybody was more worried about avoiding an horrible death than killing the enemies. Most of the Zetsu sunk underground in order to escape the powerful gravity pull, but the human ninja weren't so lucky. A feeling of overwhelming dread overcame the Hyaga matriarch, and scanned the entire battleground, trying to find somebody whose chakra matched the one from the gravity core. It didn't take her long to find the source of her worries, given that the chakra of the caster was so powerful, it was like a beacon in the night. She was greeted by the sight of the division commander, the Raikage, in the middle of a heated fight with a red-headed man wearing the Akatsuki cloak. But what drew her attention the most were the man's eyes, purple and with a ripple pattern. Despite the fact that she never saw such a man before, she knew his identity. Pain. What the hell is that? Kuruhi screamed, as she tried to stay anchored to the ground through the tree-walking jutsu. But the gravitational pull was so strong, it was increasingly hard to do so. Chibaku Tensei. One of Pain's most powerful jutsu. Koji explained. You saw this already? Amwa asked in shock. Pain used this attack when he and Akatsuki invaded Konoha. Koji replied. Once the moon forming about us is big enough, Pain will drop it onto our heads. Ino told Therm. That's why we need to run away from it. How the hell Konoha still exists after Pain used that jutsu above it? Kuruhi asked in disbelief. Because they were able to counter it, right? T said, looking at Team Asuma with renewed but still fragile hope. What did you guys do to stop it? Tsunade-sama and Naruto destroyed it, Ino said. Unfortunately, we don't have any of them here with us right now. Kuruhi looked up at the forming planetoid, and felt dread creeping through her body unimpeded. This kind of power was something not even her admired Raikage would be able to stand against. Upon seeing Nagato's jutsu in action, the Raikage launched at the undead redhead, overwhelming him with a barrage of lightning-fast punches and kicks. However, even if he was pushed into the defensive, Nagato was able to withstand his onslaught. The Raikage's desperation grew as he realized that, no matter how much he intensified his attack, the jutsu didn't stop. As it grew in size, it also gained more and more altitude. It eventually grew so big, it was able to block the sun, like a man-made eclipse. Impressive, isn't it? You know, outside of training, I only used this jutsu once, to destroy Konoha when I attacked it, Nagato commented, though the lack of pride in his words was evident. Fortunately, they managed to stop it in time. And I will stop it as well. By stopping you. The Raikage bellowed, his lightning armor flaring bright. I wish you were able to. Like I said before, I killed many innocents in my misguided crusade for a better world, Nagato gloomily said. He then raised his hand, before motioning it down. And now, even in death, more victims will be added to my conscience. The Raikage turned around, and saw the planetoid falling down. Even if most ninjas had already moved from the zone where the giant mass of rock and earth was going to land, the resulting shockwave and destruction caused by the crash would cause untold amounts of death. And unlike what happened the last time, Nagato wouldn't bring the deceased back to life. I had the urge to run towards the falling asteroid, but the rational part of his mind told him that he would only get himself killed. So he was forced to watch impotent how it finally crashed down, resulting in a deafening booming sound followed by a storm of rocks, dirt, dust, and human bodies being flung in every direction. The resulting tremor could be felt from many kilometers away. Mountain Graveyard. Leaning against a stone column, Obito watched how Orochimaru used a makeshift board and some kind of white pellets to direct his army of undead. The Sannin had been smiling and muttering something between laughs for quite some time. It unnerved the Uchiha, but at least it also gave him hopes that maybe this time the battle would go in a different way. That moment, Zetsu emerged from the ground. He, too, appeared to be pleased. Boss, the battle is ours. The enemy has suffered massive casualties, and the Raikage has ordered retreat, the white half explained. The reanimated Nagato proved to be quite an asset, the black half added. His Chibuku Tensei wiped quite the enemy ninja. Good to hear that, Obito said, nodding. About time your abominations managed to bring some results, Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned at him, and flashed a mocking grin at him. Yes. Now imagine what you would have done without my abominations. Do you think your pitiful army of white Zetsu would have accomplished anything on their own? Sir? What are your orders? The black half of Zetsu asked, hoping to stop the argument or fight between the two men before it could happen. The enemy is retreating. Should we chase them? Yes, Obito said, his eyes, not leaving Orochimaru. Our forces must continue pursuit. I'm sure that the Alliance will send reinforcements, but that is of little consequence. How is the search of the Jinchuriki hideout going? Our aerial Zetsu have begun the search. The seas to the side of the Land of Lightning are vast, and storms are common over those areas. It might take a while, the white half replied. Even if we can't find their location, the news of one of their villages being destroyed will make them come out, Obito said. Return to the front and continue watching over the enemy. At once, boss. And Zetsu disappeared, leaving Obito and Orochimaru alone once again. Chapter 112. Rise of the Byakugan Princess, Part I. Or. Sharinon vs Tensagen. Moon. Today was the day. After much scouting, investigating, and preparing, it was time for the Moon Assault Squad to, launch an assault on the Moon. Tonari's base was somewhere inside the artificial sun. The moon puppets entered and exited through a hole that would appear on the surface when they made a certain hand seal. Shisui was able to copy said hand seal with his Sharinon, but when he tried to open a hole in the sun's surface, it had no effect. The Hyagas watching the hole being enclosed realized that only the puppets could open it, given that their chakra was somehow connected to that of the artificial sun. They also realized that, besides the patrols coming and going, if somebody got close to the sun, several moon puppets would fly out of the sun in order to meet the invaders. Fortunately, the Moon Squad knew how to use this to their advantage. Everybody, go. Hinata said. The Hyaga clan head was leading the aerial team, flying on her own. Behind them were the rest of the ninjas. The Moon Acolytes were left on one of the abandoned towns for their safety, were riding on Sai's ink birds, including the former root agent. While success of this part of the mission relied on Hinata, the rest of her team would have a role to play as well. Here they come. Takuma Hyaga warned, his Byakugan active. And indeed, that moment, a hole opened into the surface of the artificial sun, and moon puppets riding bird-like flying machines poured from it, ready to meet them in combat. "Shisui-san, you ready?" "Indeed I am," Shisui replied. He was sharing an ink bird with a Hyaga, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, his normally black irises were yellow, and there were black marks shaped like wings around them. His yellow eyes then turned red of the Sherry Non, before it morphed into its advanced form. "Sage Art, Suzanu." Shisui leaped into the air as the green chakra construct quickly formed around him, reaching its perfect form, with black marks around its eyes to echo Shisui's. The Uchiha Patriarch made 2 shadow clones, who quickly sat cross-legged and closed their eyes, gathering nature energy and funneling towards the chakra construct in a constant manner. "This should make sure I don't run out of senjutsu juice," Shisui said, nodding to himself, before cracking his knuckles, as he moved in front of Hinata. "All right, I'll try to draw their attention to me." Hinata moved towards the gate. "The rest of you, provide us with cover." "Yes, sir." The rest of the ninjas chorused in unison. The moon puppets gave them no pause, and rained over them a storm of golden chakra blasts. Size ink birds dodged and maneuvered around the deadly shots with the same grace and agility as actual birds, while its raiders fired jutsu of their own towards the defenders. However, the initial counter-barrage was only a bit of the things that were to come. Lightning release, thunder blast. Sage art, fire release, blazing murder. Hinata extended her hands forward, releasing a myriad of blue-purple lightning bolts at the incoming enemies. Meanwhile, the wings of Shisui's Susanoo covered its body, before quickly spreading them outwards, releasing a mass of ravens made of pure fire. The blazing birds flew towards the enemies, and burst into a fiery explosion upon making contact with them. All in all, those 2 attacks had cut the number of present enemies in half. "Hinata, now!" Shisui said, as he flew towards the remaining foes, while Hinata turned towards the artificial sun. The hole the moon puppets had opened was starting to close. As Hinata flew to it, she made several hand seals. "Oh, no, you won't," she said, before making several hand seals. Tensagan Chakra Cloak. Truth-Seeking Balls. The Hyaga clan head created 4 truth-seeking balls, and sent them towards the closing hole. The 4 black spheres merged into a shapeless mass, which Hinata shaped into a large ring, large enough for somebody riding on a giant bird to pass. She placed that ring in the middle of the gaping hole, preventing it from closing. "There," she said, nodding to herself. "Everybody, quickly, get inside the sun. It's safe now." With Shisui providing cover, the rest of the moon team quickly passed through the gate, followed by the Uchiha, and finally Hinata, who undid the black ring, taking back the form of 4 spheres. They were greeted by an image that it was just as unreal as it was breathtaking, several small islands floating completely still, around a gigantic stone structure shaped like a crescent moon with a planetoid inside its curve, perfectly mimicking the symbol of the Atsutsuki branch house. On top of the stone moon was a massive citadel, so large it almost looked like a city. "I'm seeing an immense source of chakra coming from underneath that building," Hinata told them. "That must be where the weapon is being stored." "I see it too," an Hyaga Kunoichi said, her Byakugan active. "Said chakra seems to be the same, the one powering the puppets and their machines. Do you think there's a link between them?" "More likely," it was Shisui who answered. "Tonari's puppets have been inspected by both Konoha's best seal masters and Suna's ninja puppeteers, and neither of them were able to figure out how they worked, only that they received their energy from an external source, unlike the chakra golems. So if we destroy the Atsutsuki weapon, Tonari's puppet army will be shut down," Sai deduced. "Good. That will make our friends' work on Earth all the easier," Hinata said, as she and her group got closer to their target. However, the moment they got closer to the citadel, they were once welcomed by a barrage of golden chakra blasts. All around the citadel were turrets armed with double cannons manned by more moon puppets, focusing fire on them. On top of that, more puppets riding mechanical birds joined the fright, forcing the assaulters to turn back. "We won't be able to get close to the citadel with so much fire upon us," Sai warned them. "My ink birds can't resist such fire power, and will be vulnerable on the ground." Hinata-sama, all of our clan have witnesses the great power you possess now. Do you think you could destroy the whole citadel yourself? Takuma asked. I'll try. Even if I'm not able to destroy the whole citadel, I'm sure I'll at least destroy the defenses, Hinata said, as she extended her hand forward, and her truth-seeking balls started to spin in front of her hand, merging into a purple sphere. Amethyst wheel rain dash. Before Hinata could complete her attack, a black sphere, like a truth-seeking ball, but much bigger, appeared in the middle of the group, followed by a powerful telekinetic shockwave that blasted size inkbirds into black puddles, while hurling its riders away, all of them pummeling to the ground below around the citadel. Hinata's attack was interrupted, as the Hyuga clan head was violently hurled forward. Even Shisui's Susanoo sent tumbling back. What was that? Hinata asked, as she regained her balance still midair. How did that thing got so close while evading my sight? The answer came in the form of the black sphere broke down into a black blob, revealing a hollow interior that held Tonari inside, his Tensagen chakra cloak blazing around him. Said blob then turned into 4 truth-seeking balls. He encased himself in a shell made of his truth-seeking balls. That's how he was able to evade my Tensagen, Hinata thought in realization. Tonari? How are you here? Hello, my princess. I was expecting you, Tonari said, her mouth curving into an inviting smile. You knew that I was coming? Hinata asked. But how? We've been evading all the patrols until now. Indeed, you and your little friends proved to be quite sneaky. And I couldn't afford to go and look for you myself, since I run into the risk of revealing my presence, since I could scare you into running away. But fortunately, everything has transpired according to my plan, Tonari explained, his smile was now of smug pride. As for how I knew of your presence, you should remember that you and your sister aren't the only ones linked by Hamura's chakra. It took a second to Hinata to realize what Tonari meant, when the memory of Hanabi telepathically contacting her dawned her. That conversation I had with my sister. You listened to us. Not the whole conversation. I wasn't the intended target of the message, so I only got a few parts here and there. But I could discern that you were here, to put an end to the weapon my ancestors built in order to free themselves from the tyranny of the main house's oppression, while I was busy helping Obito with his little silly war, Tonari continued, shaking his head. I have to admit, that was careless of my part. Hinata's eyebrow arched at Tonari's last choice of words, striking her as odd. Little silly war? Don't you agree with him and his plans? Ah, yes, I know what you're implying, so I'm going to cut the chase and skip directly to the dramatic reveal, Tonari replied. Turns out you were right. My mind was being manipulated by Obito. I was his slave, and none the wiser about it. You broke the mind control? Hinata asked in shock. But I heard that Kota Amatsukami is nearly impossible to break. Naruto-kun had to be put on the verge of death to do that. I find insulting that you dare to compare me to that blonde oaf that you call your lover, but this should be even more proof over my superiority over him. Yes, I was nothing but Obito's thrall, but when Hamura's power developed and reached maturity, seeing the illusion and breaking through it was child's play. Tonari boasted. But then, if you aren't mind-controlled anymore, then we don't have to fight anymore. Hinata said, beaming with joy. Tonari smiled. I'm glad to hear that. I do not wish to fight you either. Then will you help us stopping Akatsuki? Hinata asked, sounding hopeful. Tonari's smile turned into a condescending smirk. And why would I do such a thing? The Hyuga clan head was taken aback. What? But I don't understand. I might not be mind-controlled anymore, but I could see one truth of Obito's plan, the world the Sage of the Six Paths created is a failure. It is beyond saving. It must be destroyed, so something new, and better, can be built in its place, and the Ten Tails is the perfect tool for the job. Obito thinks that by stealing a Rinnegan, he will be able not just to control it, but becoming its Jinchuriki. Tonari shook his head, looking amused. Short-sighted fool. His body lacks the power to contain such power. It will consume him from the inside out the moment he tries to make that power his own. However, somebody who has the true power of the Six Paths, like me, can become its Jinchura key without any risks. Once the 10 tails is done reducing the world down to a more primordial state, I will absorb the beast into my body, and lead what's left of humanity to a new golden age. The power of the 10 tails will make my rule unmatched, but such thing won't be necessary, since people will see me as the one who saved them from an unspeakable horror, and will follow my lead unquestioningly. And you, Hinata. He extended his hand, reaching her. You shall be my queen. You're compassionate, strong, and wise beyond your years. You're the perfect queen to rule the new world along just me. As Tonari spoke, Hinata's expression went from shock to horror and finally setting in disappointment. This time, it was her who shook her head. I see. So even without the mind control, nothing changed, she said, before staring at Tonari with eyes full of resolve. I'm no queen. The world needs no queens or kings, just people to fight for it. Like Naruto-kun, and the rest of my friends and family. Like me. And I will protect the world by defeating you once and for all. I see. So I have to tame you first before you accept your fate. It's okay, I have already foresaw this, Tonari said. Unlike our previous confrontations, I'm the one with the home field advantage, and you have no place to run away, nor allies to call for help, except those few that came with you. You're always so sure of yourself. Well, you'll see that the people I brought with me are more than enough to deal with you. Hinata said, as her 4 truth-seeking balls moved in front of her, and merged into a protective shield. Susanoo, fire release meltdown. Tonari turned around, and saw Shisui's Susanoo floating above him, exhaling a massive, constantly expanding fireball that threatened to engulf Tonari. However, the last Atsutsuki wasn't surprised, and raised his hand at the incoming attack. His 4th truth-seeking balls merged into a golden orb, before exploding, releasing its energy in the shape of a golden beam aimed at the incoming attack. The chakra beam and growing inferno clashed against each other, resulting in an explosion that pushed both Uchiha and Atsutsuki backwards. Hinata, I'll deal with this asshole. You go find and destroy the weapon. Shisui yelled. Understood. Hinata said, as she quickly flew towards the citadel's main entrance. I won't let you. Tonari said, as he flew to intercept her, but was forced to fall back when a gigantic drill-shaped spear almost smashed into him. And I won't let you, Shisui said, looking at the white-haired man from above. He then turned towards Sai, Takuma, and the rest of their team, fighting moon puppets while avoiding the fire coming from the citadel's turrets. Everybody, follow Hinata and make sure she reaches the weapon unimpeded. Shisui was answered by chorus of yes sir. And similar responses, before his Sharingan focused on Tonari. You seem to be very eager to fight against teens and little kids. Let's see how well you do against an actual adult, Shisui said, as his eyes narrowed in anger. I still owe you a big one for nearly killing my wife's little brother. Shisui's Susanoo dived down, ready to skewer Tonari with his drill lance again. Tonari waved a hand, and sent a truth-seeking ball to intercept the coming spear, taking the shape of a small shield. However, Shisui's spear cracked it, shattering it into hundreds of small black shards, before coming down, barely missing Tonari, who flew backwards. So, you're able to overwhelm my truth-seeking balls. First that annoying kid, then that boorish blonde, and now you. Tonari said, unamused, as he resummoned the orb that had been destroyed. His Tensagen flashed for a second, as he fixed Shisui a hard stare. Your chakra is definitely different than that of a normal human. And similar to that kid in Naruto. I can see that your clones are absorbing pieces of ambient chakra and channeling it towards the armored construct. I was unaware such thing could be done. Perhaps that's what allows you to bypass my defense. Very clever. But that knowledge will do you no good. Shisui said, as he charged once again. Without your precious truth-seeking balls, you're helpless against a sage. Tonari smirked, as he raised his hand at Shisui. Oh, I beg to differ. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Tonari's 4 black orbs merged into a silvery sphere, exploding into a typhoon that swallowed Shisui's Susanoo and violently hurled him upwards, until it crashed against the bottom of a floating island, producing several cracks on its rocky surface. Did you like that? Because I'm not done yet, Tonari said, smirking triumphantly, his hand still aiming at Shisui, as he summoned 4 more truth-seeking balls to replace the ones that had been consumed. The new ones also merged into a golden orb in front of his hand. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The golden orb once again exploded into an energy beam that flew towards Shisui. The Uchiha, however, managed to move the Susanoo out of the jutsu's trajectory and dodge at the last second. Shisui saw how the golden beam blasted the floating island into millions of tiny pieces or rock and pebbles. I can't believe Hagane survived that attack. Either that kid is much tougher than he looks, or Tonari grew more powerful since then, Shisui thought, worried. Even with Sage Mode, this guy beats me when it comes to raw power. I need to be smart, or I'll end up dead. Tonari quickly summoned more truth-seeking balls, and aimed his hand at Shisui. The balls started to spin around it once again. Oh shit, gotta get out of the way. Shisui thought, as he moved his Susanoo away before Tonari could fire another devastating attack. Emerald Reincarnation Explosion. This time, the black orbs didn't merge, but merely fired at Shisui, glowing bright green. The truth-seeking balls can't nullify my ninjutsu anymore, but the way they're glowing is giving me very bad vibes, Shisui noted, as he made a hand seal. Susanoo, Tsukumo. The green Susanoo flapped its wings once, releasing a barrage of large chakra needles of the same color. Then, much to the Uchiha's surprise, as if they had mind of their own, the truth-seeking balls started to move in order to avoid the storm of razor-sharp projectiles. 2 of the glowing emerald orbs were pierced by the needles, losing their momentum, but the other 2 reached Shisui, and embedded them into his Susanoo with great force, one of them close to the head, as they started to glow with a brighter light. I don't like that. Predictably, the orbs detonated, producing 2 large, green-colored explosions, taking a good chunk of the Susanoo's right side, including bits of its head. Still, it was good enough to remain floating mid-air. Impressive, Tonari said, as he flew towards him, summoning 4 more truth-seeking balls. That Susanoo is truly impressive. Then again, it's not invincible. In its current state, it won't survive more blasts. Emerald Reincarnation Explosion. The black orbs burned with an emerald light as they were charged with chakra, and flew towards Shisui. The Uchiha, however, wasn't going to lie down and take the attack like that. He started to make hand seals as the Susanoo thrust its drill spear forward, which started to spin, producing a vortex of wind. Susanoo, fire release blazing vortex. Shisui breathed a stream of fire into the drill spear, and when it combined with the wind vortex produced by the drill, it resulted in a roaring inferno that spread forward in a cone. The flames engulfed the coming truth-seeking balls, reducing them to ashes. The cone of fire continued forward, forcing Tonari to fall back. Now, before he creates more of those annoying orbs. Shisui said to himself, as he pulled out a Fuma Shuriken, and tossed it towards the last Otsutsuki. Shadow Shuriken Clone Jutsu. A couple dozen Fuma Shuriken formed around the original, carrying the same momentum, all of them flying towards the white-haired man. Shisui, however, wasn't done, and continued making hand seals. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Shisui breathed a second stream of fire at the flying steel stars, coating them in a cloak of flames. Even if Tonari didn't have time to summon more truth-seeking balls and use them as shields, they were far from the only weapon the last Otsutsuki possessed. He made a hand seal, and air shimmered for a second, before he cast a shockwave from his body that spread in every possible direction, repelling the burning discs before they could touch him. The attack evaded, Tonari resummoned his 4 truth-seeking balls again. A combination of skill and power. It seems that my beloved Hinata isn't the only prodigy hailing from that ninja village, Tonari complimented Shisui, smiling mockingly. Then again, you're a son of Indra, so your talent goes without saying. Violence and hatred flow through your veins. Just because I'm an Uchiha you think you already know me? Shisui growled, gritting his teeth. His Susanoo started to slowly regenerate as his anger empowered his chakra. You know nothing about me, my clan, or Earth as a whole. You spent most of your life here, watching us from afar. I did watch you, yes, but way closer than you think, Tonari said. I'm very much aware of your clan's history, up to the conflict that saw its numbers diminished to single digits. You and the other survivors might think you're better than your deceased clanmates, but in reality, you're only pretending to be different from them. Indra's hatred taints your very soul. It's your fate to create and perpetuate conflict. Do you know what is my fate as well? To wipe that odious grin from your face. Shisui said, as his Susanoo lunged at Tonari. You will try, Tonari said, making the same hand seal he did to create the shockwave. Then, the large rocks floating around them started to move towards Shisui as if they were meteors. Shisui's drill grinded them into gravel in a few seconds the moment they got close, but this also forced the Uchiha to slow down. Then, Tonari made 3 hand seals, and more meteors started to gather around him. I'm sure you'll find this familiar, Tonari said, as rocks started to gather above him, forming a large meteor. Pain was a man with a vision of a better world and the power to make that vision a reality. Somebody I respected. Hell, I might have agreed to continue being part of Akatsuki if he was still alive. But well, I'm digressing. Even if I only saw it from afar, I found his Chibaku Tensei magnificent. So consider this facsimile in homage to him. The white-haired man moved his hand downwards, sending the gigantic conglomeration of rocks towards Shisui. The Uchiha, however, was far from intimidated. You're going to find a much larger rock to crush me with, Shisui said, as he moved his Susanoo upwards, raising its drill lance. Susanoo, world-breaking drill. The drill spear started to spin again, this time with increased speed, as a vortex of chakra formed around it, making it appear much larger than it was. The moment the giant meteor was upon him, Shisui thrust the drill upwards, grinding the rock into pebbles as soon as it touched it. Cracks started to spread around the meteor, breaking apart into multiple smaller stones by the ever-increasing rotation, until it was reduced to a few admittedly large but no longer threatening rocks. Ha! What about that? Shisui boasted. I told you dash. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Shisui saw too late that, while he was busy drilling the meteor, Tonari took advantage of that in order to prepare his most powerful move. Unable to dodge in time, the Uchiha had to watch how the golden beam of energy blasted his Susanoo, violently pushing it back to the vast courtyard surrounding the citadel, opening a crater upon crashing. Tonari smirked upon seeing Shisui's Susanoo slowly break apart into nothingness. The clones he was using to gather and funnel nature energy were of course gone as well. Still, it seemed that the green chakra construct absorbed most of the blast, sparing Shisui any damage, as the Uchiha got back on his feet with relative ease. However, Tonari wasn't worried. He knew that Susanoo was the most powerful jutsu an Uchiha could use, and he defeated one that was powered by senjutsu to boot. Deprived of his best weapon, the Uchiha was easy pickings. So, I take you aren't going to surrender, are you? Tonari asked, as he descended, stopping a few meters from the ground level. You can bet your pale ass that I'm not, Shisui defiantly said as he unsheathed his tanto from his back. Tonari chuckled. So stubborn. Don't you see that you can't beat me? Or do you plan to keep me busy as much as you can in order to buy Hinata the time she needs, even if you have to pay with your life? I can assure you I have no plans of leaving this place as anything other than alive. I have a lovely wife and kids I plan to return to, Shisui said. I'm willing to die for my family, friends, and village, but on this case, it won't be necessary. Very well then. At the very least, you'll die with some dignity, Uchiha, Tonari said, smirking condescendingly at Shisui. But you will die. Shisui braced as 4 more truth-seeking balls appeared around him. Inside the citadel. Lightning release, thunderbolt. Hinata extended her hands forward, purple electric sparks jumping between her fingers, before a lightning storm erupted from them, zapping the moon puppets that were mid-air leaping at them. The lightning bolts pushed them backwards while breaking them down to burn in broken pieces of plastic and metal. A few down. Hinata said, before spreading her arms outwards. Hundreds of them left. She released a telekinetic shockwave from each of her hands, hurling away more puppets that were going to jump at her. Before more enemies could jump at her, she dashed towards the door she thought it would lead her to the weapon, before more puppets poured from said door, as well as from 3 other doors, much to the Hyaga's frustration. The Hyaga clan head let out a weary sigh as she slipped into a battle stance once again. She was past the point of this kind of enemies being a threat to her, but taking care of them was going to be a bother. Not to mention all the time she was going to waste. Shisui and the others were fighting Tonari, and she needed to destroy the weapon as soon as possible. Fortunately, some help was on her way. Super Beast Imitation Drawing. Vacuum Palm. Several tigers made of ink entered Hinata's expanded field of vision, and pounced at the puppets incoming from the left, and multiple vacuum shells blasted the horde of puppets coming from the right. Hinata-sama, we'll take care of this rabble. Ahayaga Kunoichi said, as she engaged a moon puppet in direct combat. You go and find that weapon. Hinata nodded. Understood. Stay safe. She then turned towards the puppets coming from the gate she was about to cross, and thrust her hand forward. Lightning release, electric vacuum palm. From her open hand, Hinata cast a huge vacuum shell surrounded by lightning at the incoming group of enemies, which were helplessly blasted away the moment Hinata's Attic J made contact, hurling them to the sides, leaving an open way for the Hayaga to take. As Hinata continued flying around the citadel, more and more puppets came to stop her. This one's not dressed as ninjas or warriors, but as bolters, servants, maids, and other kind of domestic service. Some of them even had the appearance of children. Still, they weren't enough to stop her. Hinata only needed a wave of her hand to blast them with a barrage of lightning bolts, reducing them to burned piles of scrap, not slowing them down a little. Isn't there an end to these things? Hinata complained as she zapped yet another group of puppets. Thankfully, the answer seemed to be yes, as the moment she reached the lower levels of the citadel, no more puppets appeared to stop her, much to her relief. It didn't take long to reach her destination, a gigantic chamber holding an equally large golden sphere that somewhat resembled her Tensagen eyes. It irradiated pure power. So, this is the Tensagen Chakra vessel. Hinata said in awe, as she slowly walked towards it. I can see its power flowing through the whole moon, powering Tonari's puppets, the artificial sun, all the Atsutsuki technology. What a breathtaking work. Breathtaking indeed, another voice said besides her, making the Hayaga startle a little. Too bad it has to be destroyed. Hamura-sama. Hinata asked, surprised. What are you doing here? I thought you could only appear in my dreams. Normally, it would be the case, the old man nodded. But with you being so close to my creation, I can manifest as an image while you're awake. Your creation? Hinata asked. Hamura nodded once again, smiling sadly. Yes. It was me who created this device in order to help my followers survive in the hostile environment of the moon, so we could build our civilization. Everything in the moon is connected to this sphere. I see. There was some pride, and a little melancholy, in Hamura's voice. The vessel was a magnificent work of art, and its technology could be used for so much good. This thought made Hinata hesitate in her actions. Hamura, however, seemed to notice Hinata's demeanor change, and continued speaking. Unfortunately, the tool I created to help my people here was corrupted into a weapon of war, first by the Atsutsuki branch house to wipe out the main house, and later by Tonari, to wage war on the people of Earth. Because of that, and the fact that no more people lives on the moon, it's time for this artifact to be destroyed. And only somebody with 6 paths chakra can do it safely. I understand, Hinata replied. I'll carry out my duty. No more words were needed. Hinata nodded, and took a few steps forward. She clenched her fists, and 2 purple lions made of chakra formed around them, crackling with electricity. Lastly, she leaped at the vessel. Lightning release, twin lion fists. Hinata slammed her fists into the vessel, producing a burst of lightning that coursed through the entire sphere. The giant golden orb started to blink, before it finally burst into thousands of small glowing white spheres, almost like marbles. Though, upon closer inspection, Hinata realized they weren't marbles at all. Wait a minute, these things, they're Byakugan. Hinata said in realization. Indeed. The vessel started as my own Tensagen and several volunteers Byakugan, and over the generations, more and more Byakugan were added to it, increasing its power little by little, until it reached enough destructive potential to wipe out an entire country. Even Tonari himself got his eyes removed when he was a child so they could be added to the weapon. Hamura's image started to waver. Thankfully, that weapon won't be used to cause more destruction anymore. Hinata, my child, only one thing remains: defeat Tonari, and bring peace to my brother's world. With that, Hamura's image vanished completely, leaving the Hyuga alone. Understood, Hamura-sama. It's time for Tonari to pay for his crimes, Hinata said, as she turned around, ready to rejoin her squad mates and put an end to everything. However, much to her surprise, the mass of floating Byakugan quickly poured out of the room as if they had life of their own, like a large swarm of fireflies, much to the Hyuga's confusion. Meanwhile, inside the citadel, Sai, Takuma, and the rest of the Moon Squad were fighting tirelessly against the puppet army guarding the place, when all of a sudden, they stopped fighting and fell to the ground lifelessly. At the same time, the lights that illuminated the place went out, leaving all of them in the dark. What happened? An Hyuga asked. The puppet's chakra just disappeared all of a sudden. Wait, could it be? Takuma whispered, before he focused his enhanced sight below, where Hinata should be, until he found her. Yes, I can no longer see the source of chakra below the citadel. Hinata-sama destroyed it. Our mission has been a success then, Sai said, his lips curving into a small smile. Indeed, another Hyuga before her eyes drifted where Shisui and Tonari were fighting. However, Tonari is far from defeated. We must rejoin Hinata-sama and help her bring down Dash. She was interrupted when the mass of floating glowing Byakugan appeared from behind the gate Hinata had crossed to reach the chamber of the energy vessel, and continued their way until they reached outside. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Tonari and Shisui were about to resume their fight, when the light coming from the artificial sun began to dim. Little by little at first, and faster later, the artificial sun started to break apart, until it vanished completely, leaving the place completely dark. The only source of light was Tonari's Tensagen chakra cloak, though Shisui created a little flame on the palm of his hand in order to see better. What's going on? Tonari asked, before he directed his expanded sight towards the chamber under the citadel. No. Hinata reached the energy vessel and destroyed it. Haha, yes, well done Hinata. Shisui cheered. You lost, dumbass. Without your precious weapon, your puppet army is nothing but a bunch of oversized toys. Now come with us quietly if you want to live. The Tensagen energy vessel, created by Hamura-sama himself. Tonari began, seemingly ignoring Shisui. His lips started to quiver. The treasure my clan sacrificed our eyes to, destroyed. Shisui tensened up. He didn't like where this was going. While the idea of Tonari surrendering wasn't something he considered a big possibility, now it was pretty much zero. If what Tonari said was true, the destruction of the energy vessel was a huge cultural and personal affront to him. His building rage would make him go on a rampage. Tonari then turned at Shisui, and much to the Uchiha's surprise, smirked, and shrugged. Oh well. Things happen. Now Shisui was taken aback. That weapon was most of your power base. Not to mention all that stuff you said about sacrificing your eyes, Shisui noted. Aren't you angry at us? Not even a little. Angry? Tonari placed a hand under his chin, and pretended to be in deep thought. I guess I should, right? But I just don't feel like it. Okay, now Shisui was really worried. This was even worse than the previous scenario. The destruction of their Tensagen chakra vessel didn't affect him as much as Shisui and everybody else had anticipated. That meant Tonari knew something everybody else was unaware of. Something that right now, made him extremely dangerous. And Shisui was now going to learn to which extent. Tonari extended his hand towards the citadel, and that moment, a swarm of glowing white lights thanks to his Sharingan, Shisui could tell they were Byakugan came from the main door, flying towards the last Satsuki. The lights started to latch onto Tonari, until they covered it completely. The mass of Byakugan turned into pure white chakra, forming a sphere of pure white light, forcing the Uchiha to shield his eyes with his hand. Then, after a couple seconds of silence, the sphere of light burst like a balloon, revealing Tonari. At first sight, Tonari didn't look any different than he did a few seconds ago. But thanks to his enhanced vision, Shisui could see that the strength of his chakra had been multiplied. Startled, and admittedly, afraid, Shisui stumbled backwards. Tonari was now on a completely different level. Not even with his senjutsu Susanoo could beat him now. Ah, that reaction. I guess that thanks to your eyes you realize the situation you're in, Tonari said, pridefully smirking. With my Tensagen, I can absorb the power of the energy vessel into my body, and with it, I can finally do this. Tonari started to make hand seals, and teal flames burst around him. Tensagen Chakra Cloak, perfect form. All of Tonari's latent power was brought to the surface with a burst of chakra that, for a Shari non-wielder like Shisui, was like looking directly into a lightning bolt. But that was nothing to what followed later. If the Tensagen Chakra Cloak gave its user the appearance of being surrounded by fire, the perfect form made Tonari look as if he was made of fire, with a kimono made of that chakra flames adorned with megatamas covering his body, and S single horn extending from his forehead. With these eyes, Tonari began, his smirk turning into a vicious smile. I shall destroy the Sage of the Six Paths world, and create a new one in its place. Tonari. Both Tonari and Shisui turned around, and saw Hinata, accompanied by two shadow clones, flying out of the citadel. Ah, my princess, your timing couldn't have been better, Tonari said. As you can see, destroying the energy vessel did nothing but make me even stronger. Please, submit yourself to me peacefully. I don't want to fight you again. Shisui-san, go with the others. Thanks for your effort, but this enemy is far too much for you, Hinata told him, as she and her clones placed themselves between the Otsutsuki and the Uchiha. I shall deal with him. You won't be able to beat him by yourself. Shisui said. His power is much greater than before. I know. But fear not, I have a plan, Hinata said, as she fixed Tonari a stare full of determination. Very well then. If you have to fight me again, so be it, Tonari said, shaking his head. But I won't hold back. I love you, my princess, but if you keep opposing me, you leave me no choice but to use my full power to make you accept your place. I would never expect you to be merciful, Hinata replied, as she and her clones charged forward. Hinata opened the fight with a powerful palm strike that Tonari blocked, but carried so much power it pushed him backwards, producing a booming thunderclap. Then the clones followed suit, repeating the move through from different angles. The trio surrounded Tonari and attacked him from afar before he had any chance to defend himself. Vacuum Palm Wall. Lightning Release, Thunderbolt. Lightning Release, protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The three Hinatas cast multiple purple lightning bolts, a wave of compressed air and a barrage of lightning needles at Tonari. The Otsutsuki merely smirked, and raised his hand forward. A green glowing sphere appeared, which quickly split into 8 spheres, revealing to be truth-seeking balls once they lost their glow. They then merged and took the shape of a large shield, protecting Tonari. The shield then quickly reverted back to the 8 black orbs. 8. Hinata asked in shock. Yes, the number of truth-seeking balls I can summon has doubled. And this is only but an iota of the power I now possess thanks to my perfect Tensagen Chakra Cloak, Tonari boasted. He made a hand wave, and 6 of his 8 the truth-seeking balls grew and elongated, taking the shape of gigantic nail-like spears. With another hand wave, he launched them at Hinata, while the remaining 2 kept floating behind him. The Hyaga and her clones flew away from the attack in different directions, causing the black spear to split from them as well. Tonari has become much more powerful than before, and so quickly. The Hyaga thought, as she felled from 2 black spears. She felt how a clone died, and its memories returned to her. But I can't waver now. I need to hold him back a little longer. Meanwhile, in the courtyard in front of the citadel, Sai had just summoned enough ink birds for everybody to ride. We can't just stay here, Sai said. We either have to help Hinata-san deal with the enemy, or we should find a safer place to stay. What are we going to do? As much as it pains me, we can't help Hinata-sama, Takuma said, shaking his head. If we tried to help her we'd only get in the way. Even if it sounds cowardly, I think the best we can do is to leave this place so she can fight without having to worry about us. Takuma's suggestion was met with murmurs of agreement, as he and the others went to climb the ink birds. Shisui, however, remained in place, intently watching the clash taking place above him. Shisui-san, Unhyagaku no Ichi said. We need to leave, now. I know you must feel angry right now, but dash. It's not that, the Uchiha replied. There's something wrong. The way Hinata's fighting, it's nothing like other times. She's holding back. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that Hinata-sama is holding back? Another Hyaga asked. Why she'd do such a thing? No, I think Shisui-san's right, the Hyaga woman replied, as she looked at the fight more intently. For starters, she isn't using her truth-seeking balls, despite being her best asset so far. She isn't using Sage Mode either, despite mastering it just like me, and it being the only way to counter Tonari's own truth-seeking balls, Shisui added. I figured that maybe Hinata-sama would keep a clone or two hidden inside the citadel to draw nature energy, the Hyagaku no Ichi said, as her gaze drifted towards the large, ornate building. But there isn't any. One of those two is the actual Hinata-sama. She must have a plan then, Takuma observed. But what? We'll have to trust her. Now come on, let's get out of here, the Hyaga woman urged the others. As they got onto their inkbirds and fled, Hinata and her remaining clone continued her near-hopeless struggle against Tonari. This time, the Otsutsuki wasn't satisfied with letting his truth-seeking balls do the job, and went directly after one of the two Hinatas. He grabbed her by the neck, the chakra surrounding his hand glowing brighter than the rest of his cloak, and began siphoning her chakra. Hinata exploded into a poof of smoke, meaning it was the other clone. Chakra absorption too? The Hyaga asked in shock. Of course I can absorb chakra. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to seal the 10 tails into my body. The perfect mode cloak is magnificent, isn't it? Tonari asked, smiling arrogantly. Now, my dear princess, will you stop this charade already? Tonari asked in a mocking manner. Or do I need to use brute force? You saw already you don't stand a chance against me. Hinata, however, wasn't deterred. You aren't the first enemy I fought with the power of the 6 paths. Multiple vacuum palm. Hinata thrust her arms back and forth, sending a barrage of vacuum shells at Tonari, who effortlessly blocked them with his many truth-seeking balls. He then waved a hand, and sent a single black orb into Hinata, slamming it into her gut, making her double over. The orb then started to glow with an emerald glow. Don't worry, I'll make sure you'll sustain minimal damage, Tonari said in a reassuring but still condescending manner, before he made the orb explode. The rest of the Moon Squad, watching from afar, saw in horror as the explosion sent Hinata tumbling towards the main courtyard, landing with a loud thud. Hinata-sama! Many Hyaga screamed. Sai, turn the birds around. We need to get to her before that monster does. Takuma urged. Sai was about to do so, when suddenly, something happened that caught everybody else by surprise. Hinata disappeared in a poof of smoke. There was a moment of silence as everybody processed what had happened, including Tonari. His expression went from dumbfounded, to desperate, to anger in mere seconds, as he frantically began to scan his surroundings. What? A clone? How? He asked, looking around. Despite his vision encompassing the whole area, there was no trace of Hinata. Where is she? Where is she? Why I can't find her? There's no way she could have evaded my sight and escaped this place. Meanwhile, inside the citadel, surrounded but nothing but darkness, Hinata was floating midair, in a sitting position with her legs crossed, her hands softly closed and touching each other by the knuckles, as she gathered nature energy. Besides buying her time for preparing Sage Mode, her clones also served as scouts to gauge Tonari's new power. The fact that he could create 8 truth-seeking balls as opposed to 4 was troubling enough, but that chakra-absorbing ability was a completely new headache. At the very least, he wouldn't catch her flat-footed with those abilities, though Hinata had the feeling that Tonari had more nasty surprises prepared for her. Since her clones had been destroyed, she could no longer remain hidden. She wished she had more time, but resigned to use the nature energy she had time to collect, hoping it would be enough. She opened her eyes, purple marks appearing around them, stood up, and with a wave of her hand, the sphere she created as a shield broke apart, reverting back to the 4 truth-seeking balls, before flying up to the citadel's entrance. "There she is," an Hyaga said, sounding relieved. "Her chakra network is saturated with nature energy," another Hyaga said, scanning her with his Byakugan. "Guess she was using the clones as a distraction while she prepared Sage Mode." Toneri also seemed to be relieved as well. "So, you were still here after all. Though, I can't still help but wonder how did you evade my sight," the white-haired man said. This time, it was Hinata's turn to smirk. "By copying the same little trick you used to ambush us before, I used my truth-seeking balls to hide. Neither the Byakugan nor Tensagan can see past them. So, you hid while you prepared Sage Mode, and sent 3 shadow clones to both keep my attention away from the real you and learn about my new abilities. A cunning plan, indeed," Toneri praised. "Thank you. But flattery will get you nowhere, you should know that by now," Hinata replied, her stare hardening. "Perhaps. But if my flattery fail to accomplish something, I have power to make up for it," Toneri said, smiling menacingly at her. "Plus your Sage Mode won't do you any good. The Uchiha over there is also a sage, yet I defeated him even if I didn't have the power I have now. You're awfully prone to underestimating your opponents. I thought that your many past defeats would have corrected such habit. I'll make sure this is the last time you make that mistake," Hinata said. "However, before we fight, I'd like to ask you something." This seemed to amuse Toneri, who smiled in return, mildly curious. "Sure, ask away. I'll answer anything you might want to know, if it's of my knowledge." "Whose are those eyes you're wearing?" Hinata said, taking Toneri a little aback. "I know they aren't yours, because the Byakugan of a branch house at Satsuki can't evolve into a Tensagan. Not to mention that I know that your original eyes were part of the energy vessel. Why does it matter whose eyes were this? The man they used to belong to is dead. Now they're my eyes. The eyes that will reshape the world," Toneri boasted. During the Uchiha insurrection, several Hyagas witnessed a masked man with a Sharingan and would release, a man we'd later find was Obito Uchiha, taking part in the attack of the Hyaga compound. Not only did that man kill my father, but then he desecrated his body by stealing his eyes. His, and the eyes of the other Hyagas that died defending their home from the Uchihas. Then, years later, you show up all of a sudden, as a member of Akatsuki, with those Tensagan, under Obito's mind control, Hinata said, fixing Toneri a hard glare. "Those eyes are my father's, aren't they? Like I said before, what if they were? He doesn't need them. These eyes are mine because I made them mine. Just like how I will make you mine, my princess," Toneri replied. "I don't belong to you, and neither do those eyes. I plan to take those eyes back, and return them to their legitimate owner, even if he's no longer alive." Hinata shouted, as she started to make hand seals. Tensagan Chakra Cloak, Perfect Mode. Hinata burst into massive lavender flames, before said flames surrounded Hinata completely. The amethyst flames surrounding her body took the shape of an elegant kimono adorned with black megatamas, similar to Toneri's. Her 4 truth-seeking balls split into 2, allowing her to have 8 orbs at once, just like Toneri. This time, it was Toneri's turn to be surprised. "Perfect cloak? But how?" "Again, I did it by copying you. You absorbed those Byakugan to give yourself a power boost and bring the cloak to its full power. I did the same using Senjutsu. Now we're evenly matched." Toneri's shock was short-lived, and his stunned expression quickly morphed into a smile of satisfaction. "When I think I have you figured out, you find a way to surprise me. No wonder I love you so much. Now, I can fight without holding back and not be afraid of harming you too much." Hinata scowled. "I will never give you the chance of harming me, or anybody else for that matter. This ends now." And thus, Hinata Hyaga, the last heiress of the Atsutsuki main house, and Toneri Atsutsuki, last member of the Atsutsuki branch house, engaged in battle for the last time. Chapter 113. Rise of the Byakugan Princess, Part 2. Or Family Feud. Mountain Graveyard. Despite the fact that he had left not even half an hour ago, Zetsu appeared once again inside the cave Obito and Orochimaru were using as a base of operations. Given the look on his face, he didn't bring good news. Boss, I have bad news. Sometimes, Obito hated being right. We just lost Tonari's moon puppets. Of course, the Uchiha didn't guess the extent of such bad news. Orochimaru chuckled, seemingly amused by this turn of events. Obito glared at the Sannin, before turning back at his right-hand man. What do you mean that we lost them? He asked, sounding exasperated. They couldn't be destroyed, since they're scattered alongside different groups. Did Tonari recall them for some reason? No, I mean. The white half hesitated, as if trying to look for the most appropriate words. They just stopped working. What do you mean stopped working? Obito insisted, not getting what Zetsu was implying or not wanting to get it. Well, one moment they were running as usual and then the next, they all stopped moving and dropped down like they were dead. We can't sense any chakra coming from them, the black half explained. And this happened to every puppet among our ranks, the white half added. How could this happen? It's unlikely that Tonari betrayed us. If he did, he would have taken the puppets with him instead of deactivating them, Obito said, placing a finger under his chin. Still, the why is irrelevant. Our army has lost a good chunk of its strength without them. Not helping that Tonari is still missing, Obito let out a weary sigh, as he pinched the bridge of his nose tiredly. We need to find that secret island as soon as possible. How is the search going on? The winged Zetsu are still looking. The sea around the land of lightning is extensive, and the weather can be a hydrance, White Zetsu said in an apologetic tone. Send more to help them with the search. We can sacrifice some of our aerial strength, Obito ordered, before he turned at the snake Sannin. Orochimaru, do you have any more reanimations in reserve? A few. Do you want me to send them to the front? Orochimaru asked. Yes. Quality over quantity, though. Send a few of your strongest, Obito told him. Orochimaru grinned in anticipation. As you command, Obito-kun. If we're able to keep the alliance distracted for enough time, winning the war won't be a problem, Obito said. Moon. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Tonari's 8 truth-seeking balls merged into a golden sphere, that exploded in the form of a thick energy beam aimed at Hinata. She, however, merely moved a few of her own black orbs in front of her, and merged and shaped them in the form of a shield. The golden energy beam struck, but it failed to crack Hinata's defense. Tonari was unable to hide a grimace of frustration. My turn, Hinata said, smiling confidently, as her truth-seeking balls spun before merging into a purple orb. Amethyst Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The lavender orb exploded into a storm of purple lightnings, spread in a cone towards Tonari's general area. The Otsutsuki tried to use his own truth-seeking balls to block Hinata's attack, but they were destroyed after taking a few lightning strikes, forcing the white-haired man to flee from the incoming storm, dodging them as well as he could. I can use truth-seeking balls to nullify all your attacks, Hinata began. But thanks to my senjutsu, you can't do the same. Surrender already, Tonari. I just showed you can't defeat me. However, confidence quickly returned to the Otsutsuki, as so did that condescending grin he often had on his face, as he resummoned his 8 truth-seeking balls. Please, you underestimate me. Yes, your new powers provide quite the obstacle to overcome. Tonari made a hand seal, and his black orbs started to glow with a green light. But any obstacle can be overcome with enough creativity. Emerald Reincarnation Explosion. The glowing green spheres launched forward, and Hinata prepared to block them, keeping her guard up just in case it's a distraction of a trick. And indeed, the flying orbs passed by her at high speed. What the? Hinata asked, as she directed her sight to her back. And saw that they were going straight towards the rest of the moon squad, which were flying away on size ink birds. No. Hinata quickly flew in the same direction, sending her own orbs to the green ones, making them detonate prematurely. 3, 4, 5, 6. Hinata counted, as she intercepted the emerald orbs, making one last effort to destroy the last 2 before they could reach her friends. However, something slammed into her back, sending her tumbling down. She then realized that it was Tonari who attacked her from behind. However, her mind wasn't on Tonari, but on the remaining truth-seeking balls that were about to detonate near the rest of the moon squad. That is, until another flash of green rose to intercept them. Senjutsu Susanoo. Shisui jumped from the bird he was sharing with one of the Hyagas, and formed his Susanoo as fast as possible. His drill spear appeared on the chakra construct's hand, and used it to destroy one of the two emerald orbs. The other detonated before it could be destroyed, forcing the Uchiha to use his Susanoo to shield the other from the incoming explosion. The explosion made the green chakra construct burst as if it were a balloon, sending Shisui flying backwards. Fortunately, one of the ink birds flew towards him and caught him with its talons. "Good job, Shisui-san. Nice save there," Takuma shouted. "Thanks. But I doubt I'll be able to do that again. So we better move," the Uchiha replied. Tonari tried to attack them again, but was swatted away by a gigantic purple hand made of chakra, completely by surprise. Looking down, the Otsutsuki saw Hinata had projected a giant purple arm made of chakra from her palm. As the rest of the squad flew away, Hinata quickly recovered and placed herself between them and Tonari, so the white-haired man couldn't harm them again. She fixed the Otsutsuki with an angry glare. "So, you acknowledge that you can't beat me, so you go after my friends instead, and attack me from behind while I'm busy helping them," the Hyaga seethed. "And you wonder why I prefer Naruto-kun to you? He would never resort to such a despicable tactic in order to achieve victory." "Everything's fair in love and war, my princess," Tonari said, unperturbed by the insult. He summoned more truth-seeking balls. He extended his hand at Hinata, making the orbs to spin around it. "Plus, I do have a way to bypass the protection of your truth-seeking balls as well." Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The orbs merged into a silvery sphere, which exploded into a gigantic cone of wind that not only swallowed Hinata, but it continued advancing until it reached the rest of her teammates. Size ink birds burst into blots of ink, while everybody else screamed as they were flung away by the tornado. "I need to keep everybody close to me," Hinata desperately thought, as she projected two giant arms of chakra, which in turn split in two, grabbing several of her teammates, and using her telekinetic powers to pull the ones she was unable to catch close to her. The tornado flung the group towards the ground, with such power it drilled a hole, sending them as well as many large rocks outside it, landing on hard rock ground. Thankfully, none of them were seriously hurt, and all of them were able to get back on their feet soon enough. They realized that they were no longer in the moon, or better said, inside it, given that the brown soil and green vegetation was replaced by a vast, endless extension of gray rock. It wasn't as dark as before, as something was projecting light onto them. It didn't take them to realize what it was. "Look at that," Hyaga Kunoichi said. Everybody looked up, and saw a dark blue sky filled with stars, as well as meteors that lazily floated around. And between all of them, the Earth in all its majesty. "That's the Earth," Sai pointed out. "Then we must be on the moon's surface," Shisui's deduced. "Come on, we have to dash. Watch out." Suddenly, some of the meteors floating above rained towards them, opening a crater and raising a huge cloud of some where they landed, forcing the Konoha ninjas to scatter in order to avoid being crushed. Hinata's eyes scanned the area looking for Tonari, something she didn't take too long to given the potency of his chakra. Leaving a trail of dust behind, the Hyaga rocketed towards the Otsutsuki as fast as she could, delivering a palm strike the moment he was in close combat distance. Unlike the previous time, Tonari was able to block and parry her attacks. Even if he was being pushed backwards, he was able to deliver a couple of counter-attacks as well. The two of them continued their aerial struggle. For any onlookers, it might look like a purple flame clashing and chasing a turquoise one, producing shockwaves and thunderclaps every time they crashed. However, there were intricate moves and skilled martial art blows being traded with each clash. Still, it could be garnered that the purple flame appeared to be the stronger party, as it constantly put the turquoise flame on the run. From time to time, Hinata would generate a giant chakra arm in order to squash Tonari with, but after that first strike, Tonari learned to see those attacks coming and how to avoid them, much to the Hyaga's frustration. "While admittedly hand-to-hand combat isn't my forte, we at Otsutsuki are no strangers to the gentle fist," the white-haired man said, smiling in a condescending manner, as he jumped back from a palm strike. "And I'm a very fast learner. You won't catch me off guard again." Hinata delivered another palm strike, and projected yet again another giant arm of purple chakra. In a fraction of a second, Tonari sidestepped and rushed towards the apparently wide-open Hinata, but that moment, the arm of chakra split into two arms of similar size, the second arm stopping Tonari in his tracks. "I still have a few moves you haven't seen yet," Hinata told him, as both chakra arms retracted back into her body, while she merged her truth-seeking balls into a single purple sphere. "Try dodge this." Amethyst Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Tonari braced for the attack, but much to his surprise, Hinata threw the orb high into the sky, where it exploded into a mass of lightning bolts that quickly rained down upon him, forcing him to jump from one side to another constantly. "Very clever, my princess," Tonari praised, his smile unwavering, much to Hinata's discomfort. She could tell the ground was starting to shake, as if something big was coming closer. "But I already have the perfect counter." That moment, a gigantic stone statue of what appeared to be Hamura Atsutsuki emerged from behind a large rock formation. The statue was just the upper half of the body, and two grotesque oversized arms. Tonari was covered under the statue, which acted as shield for the Atsutsuki. With every lightning bolt, the statue lost of a chunk of rock and stone, but if Tonari was worried, he didn't show it. "Hide behind that statue all you want. I'll destroy it and you won't have anything to use as a cover," Hinata said. Tonari's smile widened, much to her frustration and worry. "Oh, that's where you are wrong, my dear princess. Observe." And indeed, much to Hinata's shock, as if times was reversed, the pieces of rock that had been teared from the statue flew towards it, rebuilding the statue, looking almost as if it was never broken. "Impressed?" "You should be," Tonari said, as he flew from under the statue. "Now go, my golem. Crush my enemies." The statue let out a deafening roar, before dragging its body forward, leaving a wide furrow behind. Hinata floated back, a little unsure of what to do. She was confident she could beat Tonari, but with that unkillable giant statue helping him, she wasn't so sure anymore. Still, defeat or surrender wasn't an option. "I thought I didn't have to use this so soon, but guess I have no choice," Hinata solemnly said. Hinata clapped her hands together, and focused her chakra into a single point, and molded it. After a few seconds, she spread her arms with her hand completely opened, releasing all the chakra she has been manipulating. At first, a pair of giant purple chakra arms projected from her palms, growing bigger as they moved, before they split in two as well. Similarly, giant chakra legs of the same color grew from her actual legs. The arms and the legs were soon connected by a torso that appeared from Hinata's body, and from the torso's upper part, a neck and a head formed. While the body at first appeared to have a very generic form, four arms notwithstanding, it soon started to take shape. The legs and rear became a little curvier, as so did its chest. A long loincloth skirt formed around its pelvis, and extended down all the way to its ankles. An elegant top appeared around its chest. Vambraces formed around all four of its forearms, and leg guards appeared on its ankles. Lastly, a female face that resembled an older version of Hinata appeared on its head, while long dark hair fell down her back. Two small horns grew on its forehead, while a head-dress shaped like a fan with flowers around it formed on its head. Lastly, the humoid construct opened its eyes, revealing two orbs of white purplish light. And floating inside its head, there was Hinata. She made a hand seal, and two shadow clones appeared besides her. They immediately sat in the lotus position, and like Shisui did before, began to collect nature energy and channel it through the chakra construct. Sage Art, Avatar of Kalika. The avatar's feet touched the ground, producing a soft thud, and its forearms moved, adopting a fighting pose. After Hinata finally completed her ultimate jutsu, everybody, friend and foe alike, couldn't help but watch in awe at the sheer magnificence of the Hyuga clan head's chakra construct, which irradiated both power and beauty. It was still smaller than the statue of Hamura, but big enough to be a match to it. "Man, and here I thought that there was nothing like the Susanoo," Shisui said, chuckling good-naturedly. "That giant avatar of chakra." Takuma began, narrowing his eyes at it. "It seems familiar. I swear I saw it somewhere, but I can't put my finger as of where." Wordlessly, Sai pulled out his sketchbook, and started to calmly flip its pages, until he found what he was looking for. That's because we did, the pale boy said, showing the picture to everybody. Much to their shock, it was an almost perfect copy of the avatar of Kalika. There were some statues like that in the temples we visited during our initial exploration, Sai explained. And from what I could hear from the moon acolytes, they had some statues like that as well in their previous home. Yes, now I remember. Unhyagaku no Ichi said. The acolytes said that that's how Kalika was represented by the ancient Atsutsuki. They forgot what was the meaning behind the four arms and the horns. Now it's obvious those statues weren't of her specifically, but of her chakra avatar. Tonari was also looking with his mouth agape at the avatar of Kalika. After a few seconds, he was finally able to regain his composure, and ask a question. Just, what is that? Tonari asked, unable to completely shake off the sense of amazement. I studied all the knowledge my clan gathered about the Tensagen, and no such thing was ever mentioned. Because the main house at Satsuki made sure that no such knowledge fell on the wrong hands, Hinata replied. Behold the avatar of Kalika, created by Hamura's eldest daughter as a way to counter Indra's Susanoo. Tonari's condescending smirk returned to his face once more. I must admit it's pretty impressive. But I have the same power as you do. I don't know how, but I'll figure a way to replicate that avatar. I find that unlikely. The avatar of Kalika can only be created with Senjutsu Chakra. Tensagen or not, this is something you won't be able to do unless you master Senjutsu and become a sage like I did, Hinata said. And? Do you know who taught me Senjutsu? Tonari frowned a little, appearing uninterested. No, but I'm sure you are going to tell me. Hinata smirked widely, ready to savor this moment. My boyfriend, Naruto Uzumaki, taught me how to become a sage. It's thanks to him that I'm able to harness this power. That's one of the many ways that Naruto is superior to you. Hinata could see the second Tonari snapped, his smirk disappearing, replaced by a snarl of fury, as a scowl developed on his face. I'm tired of hearing you talk about that boorish blonde. I'm going to make sure that not only is he wiped out from the face of Earth, but that you won't even utter his despicable name ever again. Tonari yelled, his blood boiling with rage. Attack, my golem. The statue of Hamura let out a thunderous roar, and dragged itself towards Hinata, Tonari floating above it. Hinata commanded her avatar to move and meet the stone giant in the middle, its footsteps producing booming sounds. Once it reached close combat distance, the statue lifted one of its massive arms and brought it down towards the avatar of Kalika. Hinata motioned the avatar to lift its two upper arms, and caught the stone arm before it could hit the chakra construct. Still, the force and momentum of the arm pushed the avatar back, which dug its feet into the ground to remain still. Hinata made several hand seals. Lightning release, double thunder palm strike. The hands of the avatar's lower arms crackled with electricity, before it thrust them forward, hitting the statue in the face. There was a flash of purple lightning followed by a thunderclap, electric bolts flew everywhere, and the statue, its face cracked, was pushed skidding backwards. Before the avatar could move in order to continue the assault, a storm of green chakra projectiles rained upon the giant chakra construct. Directing her sight upwards, the Hyuga clan head saw Tonari floating above her, his hands aiming down, firing green blasts at her. Hinata could feel how the blasts were slowly but surely breaking the avatar. She then sent all her truth-seeking balls outside, and formed a dome above the avatar, protecting it from the emerald assault. The dome wasn't big enough to protect the whole avatar, but it did block most of the attacks. Tonari smirked. You fell in my trap. The white-haired man sent his 8 truth-seeking balls at the avatar of Kalika, flying past the protective dome, placing them at several points of its body, before they detonated. The chain of explosions made the avatar stumble backwards, as it was engulfed in several clouds of smoke. However, when the smoke of the explosions vanished, the avatar only had superficial damage, which Hinata easily repaired by directing more Senjutsu Chakra into it. Tonari's smirk vanished. Let me guess, you defeated Shisui-san's Susanoo with that attack, and expected the same result with me? Hinata asked, smirking back at him. It was merely a test to see the durability of that avatar of yours, Tonari replied. Because make no mistake, sooner or later, I will crack it. I'd like to see you try, Hinata replied, scowling at him. "Is that an invitation, my dear?" Toneri said, as his smile returned to his lips. "Because I think I'm going to take it." Ground vibrations alerted Hinata that the statue of Hamura had already regenerated, and was once again charging towards her, its pace much faster than the first time. Toneri elevated above them, and made a hand seal. More asteroids were pulled from above them, and rained towards Hinata. The Hyaga made a couple hand seals. Lightning release, quad lion fists. The avatar's hands clenched into fists, as they were engulfed by balls of amethyst fire. The fire-like chakra took the shape of lion heads, purple lightning crackling around it. Despite its colossal size, the avatar of Kalika moved rather nimbly, causing small tremors with each step or jump it took to dodge the incoming meteors, and smashing to pebbles the one it was unable to dodge with its lion-shaped chakra fists. When the statue jumped at it, the avatar used its building momentum to deliver such a devastating blow to its face, that the statue was shattered completely, breaking down into thousands of small rocks, scattered away by the shockwave created by the impact. This time, Hinata was expecting for Toneri to attack while she was busy dealing with the statue. And indeed, she saw him merging his 8 truth-seeking balls into a golden orb. But rather than the expected energy beam, the orb took the shape of an extremely long sword made of pure chakra. Toneri grabbed the newly created weapon, and brought it down. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. This time, Hinata was ready. She made the avatar spin on its heels to meet the falling blade, and raising its upper arms, the lion chakra fists were still active, caught the blade before it could hit the avatar's head. Hinata reflexively tried to counter-attack with the construct's lower arms, but due to the length of the golden sword, Toneri was too far away to reach him. And she could see thousands of small rocks gathering and reforming into the shape of the Hamura statue. It didn't take long to realize what was Toneri's plan. As if he read her mind, he pushed down the golden sword with even more force. "It seems that you're quite in a bind, my princess," Toneri smugly said, as he watched how the Hamura statue reformed. "What do you plan to do to counter this tactic?" "How about this?" Hinata asked. "After him." Suddenly, the clones that were channeling Senjutsu chakra opened their eyes, stood up, jumped out of the avatar's head and rocketed towards Toneri. "You can't use truth-seeking balls as long as you're using that jutsu," the first clone said. "You thought you made Hinata fell into a trap, but in the end it was her who trapped you," the second clone said. Toneri immediately dispelled the golden sword and attempted to resummon his black orbs, but the clones reached him before he could do it, and engaged him in yet another hand-to-hand duel. Much to Toneri's frustration, these clones proved to be far more resilient and hard-hitting than the ones he had fought before Hinata revealed her trump card. Then again, since Hinata had also reached a greater level of power, it was obvious that her clones would be stronger as well. At first, Toneri had been playing with what he believed to be the real Hinata and her 2 clones in order to test his new strength. It was now when he realized that Hinata was also probing him as well. These clones not only fought with increased vigor, but displayed a greater level of skill. One clone would attack, and when Toneri was about to prepare a counter-attack, the clone would retreat and the second clone would strike. Even with the peripheral vision, it was increasingly hard to keep his attention on 2 targets that were so vicious. He attempted to resummon the truth-seeking balls, but was interrupted any time he tried to do it, the last one being particularly brutal. Lightning release, Thunder Palm. One of the Hinata clones slammed her electrified palm into Toneri's face, sending the Atsutsuki hurling backwards. Heavenly Spin. The second clone, placed behind Toneri, began to spin midair, turning into a rotating sphere of chakra the moment Toneri crashed into her. The force of the first strike grinded Toneri against the spinning sphere, before he was launched in the opposite direction. His flight was abruptly stopped when 5 giant purple fingers firmly wrapped around his body, leaving him completely immobilized. "I got you," Hinata said, looking at Toneri trapped inside one of the avatar's lower hands. The avatar turned around as the statue finished reforming, and her 2 clones returned to their original positions, resuming their gathering and channeling of nature energy. The statue let out yet another roar, as it charged forward. "Tell that thing to stop and lie down," Hinata shouted at Toneri. "As long as I'm in danger, it will never stop attacking," Toneri replied. "And neither will I." Once again, Lion-shaped chakra fists formed around the avatar's upper hands, ready to welcome the stone monster with a devastating punch. However, the statue halted its charge midway, rose its arms, and slammed them into the ground with as much force as it could gather. The result was a violent quake, followed by multiple cracks quickly spreading towards the purple four-armed giantess, throwing massive chunks of earth and stone forward. While she was surprised by such maneuver, Hinata didn't falter, and made the avatar destroy the stones raining upon it with powerful and precise punches. Still, it was unable to catch some of the smaller stones, which hit it with a surprisingly deceptive force despite its size. The giant chakra construct fumbled backwards, and for a brief moment, loosened its grip on Tonari. That brief moment, however, was all what the Otsutsuki needed. He barughite his hands together in the form of a hand seal, and his Tensagan chakra cloak exploded in a gigantic blaze of turquoise fire, consuming the purple hand, leaving the white-haired man once again free. No! Hinata shouted, as she tried to catch Tonari again, but without being disoriented first, the Otsutsuki proved to be too fast for the lumbering chakra colossus, and easily evaded its hand. The Hyuga clan head was forced to direct her attention back to the Hamura statue, who was once again charging towards her, this time showing no intention of stopping. It lurched at the avatar, which caught the golem mid-air by its massive arms. "Does this thing ever give up?" a frustrated Hinata asked. "No, it doesn't," Tonari replied, smiling in satisfaction, as he floated over the two of them. "This golem is something my family created to destroy the main Otsutsuki family, and it earned us a good share of victories. It used to be linked to the energy vessel, but since I absorbed it, the statue is now linked to me. It will fight tirelessly and without pause to defeat my enemies. No matter how many times you destroy it, no matter how small are the bits you reduce it to, it will always rebuild itself to its original form. So you finally admit I'm your enemy, and not your lover who is in denial," Hinata said. "I admit I was blinded by your beauty and kindness, but now I see we were never meant to be. I'm the last member of the Otsutsuki branch family. My ancestors, who sacrificed their eyes to power the energy vessel up, live now inside me. A vessel that you destroyed. Because you, as the heiress of the Hyuga, the descendants of the disgraced Otsutsuki main house, were destined to oppose me from the very beginning," Tonari said, shaking his head. "It was my heart's wish that we could have ended our ancestors' feud, but alas it wasn't meant to be." "You're so wrong, Tonari," Hinata replied, as the avatar and the statue pushed back and forth. "I'm not opposing you because of the past history of our families. I'm doing it because you want to destroy the very world I live in. I couldn't care less about past feuds of people long time dead. You may think that, but that's because you fail to see the subtler nuances that lead to certain events happening." "The hidden hand of fate," Tonari replied. "I'm done hearing you ramble about fate," Hinata seethed. "Though since you like it so much, here's a prediction for you, your fate is to lose against me." Tonari chuckled in a condescending manner. "I find that unlikely. You can only beat me if you destroy my golem first. And the only way to permanently destroy it is to kill me. No matter your course of action, none of them shall lead to an outcome where you win. Then you may find yourself surprised at what's going to happen next," Hinata said, as her eyes fixed on the golem as well. The avatar, who was trying to push the golem back, pulled the rock monster towards it instead, much to Tonari's confusion. The purple four-armed giantess spun to the side in order to avoid being slammed by the statue, and without letting the statue go and using the building momentum, spun the statue again and again and again, building more and more momentum. A tornado started to form around them. What are you going to do?" Tonari asked, looking in shock and confusion at what Hinata was doing. He tried to get closer, but he was nearly smashed by the statue being spun, the blowback pushing him back. The avatar was spinning so fast while keeping the statue firmly held, they began to look like a purple and grayish-brown blurry tornado. And then, the avatar stopped all of a sudden, and launched the statue into the dark sky above them. The golem roared, as it flailed its oversized arms trying to hopelessly get back to the moon. However, the rock monster became smaller and smaller, until it could no longer be seen anymore, being lost forever in the vastness of space. Needless to say, such display left all the onlookers speechless with their mouth agape. Tonari included. He opened his mouth to say something, but only incoherent noises came from it. And done. Because of the moon's much lower gravity, I've been able to launch it much higher than if we were on Earth. I might not be able to permanently destroy it, but I doubt it will be much of a bother now, Hinata said after the avatar of Kalika stopped spinning. Surrender now, or you might follow its fate. You. He began, stammering. The statue of Hamura, how did you? Tonari didn't have time to dwell on his confusion and astonishment, as the avatar of Kalika stomped its way towards him. He flew out of the way just in time to avoid being grabbed again. The current situation snapped the Otsutsuki back to his senses, as rage began to overpower his fear and amazement. You surely want to take everything away from me, don't you? Tonari seethed as he narrowed his eyes at her. You want to take everything away from us, Hinata fired back. You helped Akatsuki kill countless people, and many more that will die. The world of the Sage of the Six Paths isn't worth saving. If the ninja nations weren't forced to join forces against a bigger threat, they'd continue trying to kill each other, Tonari insisted. That's how you justify the blood of the innocents dripping your hands. Hinata furiously retorted. They were doomed to die one way or another. Their deaths at our hands at the very least will pave the way for a better world. No world that needs the death of innocents to come into existence can be deemed as better by any stretch of the imagination. Hinata replied, as she started to make hand seals. Sage art, lightning release divine lightning. The avatar aimed its upper hands at Tonari, and multitude of purple lightning bolts shot from each of its fingertips in a wide cone. Tonari, meanwhile, charged his truth-seeking balls with chakra, making them glow green, and started to spin them around himself as he moved, creating a makeshift shield that deflected the lightning bolts. The orbs alone might not be able to nullify your jutsu, but the rotation make them more effective at reflection, Tonari said with a smirk. I thought about it when I remembered your heavenly spin. And that's not the only page I'm going to take from your book. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Tonari's truth-seeking balls started to spin before merging into a silvery energy ring that exploded into a powerful tornado, swallowing the avatar of Kalika. Tonari started to move his hands upwards, making the tornado to change its angle so it faced upwards. He plans to hurl me into space like I did with his statue. Hinata quickly realized, as she commanded the avatar to crouch and use its four hands to anchor itself to the ground. Still, the wind carried a lot of power, and slowly pushed the giant chakra construct back, threatening to lift it. Thinking what she could do, Hinata sent her truth-seeking balls towards Tonari, but when they were almost caught in the massive wind vortex, Hinata was forced to recall them. What can I do? None of my attacks are fast enough to overcome a gale of this potency. She thought in desperation, as the avatar struggled to stay attached to the rocky ground. I'll need something faster than. Suddenly, a realization hit Hinata. She reached her ninja tool pouch, and pulled out the collapsible chakra bow Tenten had given her. Yes, I think this might work, Hinata said, nodding to herself, as she unfolded the bow, the seals on it glowing to life, and generating a purple string made of chakra. Hinata pulled the string, generating a chakra arrow. A bow? Seriously? That's the best you can do? Tonari loudly mocked, letting out a malicious laugh. Perhaps you weren't as skilled and powerful as I had first thought, princess. Now disappear. Tonari increased the power of the wind. Cracks started to appear around the ground where the avatar was grabbing, before the wind finally teared the ground the chakra giantess was attaching to, and was sent flying into the sky. This didn't leave Hinata much of a time window. Just one shot. But I know I can do it, Hinata said, as she narrowed her eyes. Then, she loosened the string, and two things happened. The first one was that the arrow was released, and flew straight towards Tonari. The second was Hinata's truth-seeking balls quickly merging into an amethyst orb of pure chakra, placing itself just in the pathway the arrow would take to reach Tonari. The result was the arrow piercing the orb, and absorbing all its energy, turning into a purple arrow made of pure lightning, which carried enough speed to overcome Tonari's tornado and enough power to finally put an end to the last Otsutsuki. It should be mentioned, though, that only somebody watching these events in slow motion would have been able to appreciate this string of events. For the onlookers, Tonari included, what it looked like was that Hinata's bow released a lightning bolt rather than an arrow at Tonari. The white-haired man was unable to move in time, and the lightning arrow pierced his chest, slamming him against the ground, before it exploded in a storm of lavender lightning bolts. Tonari let out a scream of pain, the very last sound that would leave his lips. The tornado finally dispelled, allowing the avatar to return to the moon's surface. And after Hinata checked that no chakra came from Tonari's body, she finally allowed herself to dispel the clone's gathering nature energy, as well as the avatar. The Hyuga clan head floated herself to the ground, and once her feet touched it, she felt a wave of exhaustion course through her body, making her fall to her knees. Hinata! She heard many voices yell her name before collapsing. Sometime later, when Hinata opened her eyes, darkness was all what she saw. She was lying down. It took her some time to notice that she was inside a sleeping bag. Extending her hand and feeling her surroundings, she touched a sheet of tarp, making her realize she was inside a tent. She tried to get out of the sleeping bag. Her body felt numb, but thankfully not sore, so even if she wasn't moving as fast as nimble as she usually did, at the very least nothing hurt. She wondered what could be outside, tempting to use the Tensagan's enhanced vision to check her surroundings, but her dizziness dissuaded her from. Plus, her instincts told her that, given where she woke up, she must be among friends. Pushing the tarp away and getting out of the tent, Hinata's vision was filled with bright orange, some black blurry figures on it. As her eyesight adjusted, she realized that there was a campfire, with several torches lit around it. There were some people sitting around the campfire, but was unable to identify any of them. "Hey look, Hinata-sama is finally awake." She heard a voice that sounded like Takuma's. Soon, the Hyuga clan head was surrounded by many people, her fellow clansmen, Shisui, Sai, and much to her surprise, some members of the Moon Acolytes. "Good to see you back on your feet, Hinata-sama. You were starting to worry us," a Hyuga kunoichi said. "Are you feeling better?" a Moon Acolyte asked. "Where are we?" the still disoriented Hinata asked. "And, what happened?" "To answer your first question, we returned to the inside of the moon," Shisui replied. "We agreed it was better to bring you to a safer place so you could recuperate in peace. The surface of the moon wouldn't do," Sai added. "And to answer your second question, after you finally ended that creep Tonari for good, you lost consciousness," Shisui continued. "We believe due to exhaustion. Since you brought the Tensagan chakra cloak to a whole new level, and used it on a pretty intense fight." I see," she said, her mind slowly clearing. "How long have I been out?" "It's a bit hard to tell given that the artificial sun is out, but I think that about 2 or 3 days, Shisui replied. 2 days? Hinata asked in shock. "And we're still here?" "We discussed to make the return trip without waiting for you to wake up. But there were concerns that you might not survive the journey back home via the gate seal if you weren't rested enough," Nori intervened. "But don't worry, we haven't been wasting time while you were resting. The cave with the portal is not far away from here, so we can return to Earth as soon as we can." "I see," Hinata said, shivering a little. What happened with Tonari?" "He's here," Shisui said, pulling a sealing scroll from under his flak jacket. "The forensics are going to have a field day making an autopsy to an actual Atsutsuki. Hokage-sama will be pleased with the secrets his body will reveal to us." Though, Shisui then pulled a second sealing scroll, and handed it to Hinata. "I believe this should be yours." "Huh? Those are his eyes. Or better said, your father's eyes," Shisui explained. Hinata's face was solemn. "For some reason, they turned back into normal Byakugan when we went to check his body. Anyway, we heard you saying how you wanted to return your father's eyes to his grave, so there you go." "Oh, thank you," Hinata said, putting the scroll inside her ninja tool pouch. "After so many years, my father will be able to rest in peace." "Do you feel ready to return home, Hinata-sama?" Takuma asked. "Yes. I'm feeling a little numb, but I guess that's from all the time I spent sleeping," the blue-haired young woman replied, hoping that that was the reason behind the numbness. "Hopefully I can shake it by moving it a little." "Awesome. Everybody, pick up the camp. We're leaving." Shisui said, clapping his hands twice. Hinata shivered a little again. Why, it's so cold all of a sudden. Or it's just me. Nights didn't used to be cold here. The artificial sun is no more, Nori told her. Hence the temperature is slowly but surely dropping. That's why we had to set up so many torches, since there is no light either. Oh. That means that without light and heat, all the vegetation here is doomed to die, Hinata said with a tinge of sadness. There's nothing we can do about it, Nori said emphatically, shaking her head. The energy vessel was what allowed living beings to exist in this place. And now that it's gone. I know, Hinata nodded. I'll help the others packing the camp. You stay here and relax, we'll be home in no time. Hinata nodded as she watched Nori walking away. She sat down cross-legged, and closed her eyes. While she didn't plan to move anywhere, she wasn't going to relax. She could hear the noise made by her fellow ninjas as they packed up the camp and chattered among each other. Their voices and noise began to muffle and lower, little by little until they could no longer be heard. Hinata then felt another presence with her, and that moment, she opened her eyes. Once again, Hinata found herself inside of an ethereal-looking temple made of fine purple stone. There was somebody there with her, though she wasn't aware of her surroundings just yet. Hello, Hanabi-chan, Hinata said. Huh? Oh. In front of her was a distracted and a bit confused Hanabi Hyuga. I hope it wasn't a bad moment, Hinata replied. I could feel your chakra was at peace, but I might have been mistaken. No, it's fine. You didn't catch me in the middle of a battle or anything, the younger Hyuga said. So, you're going to tell me that your mission was a success, right? Yes. How did you guess that? Hanabi smirked. Because there have been reports of all of Tonari's puppets suddenly going inactive. We all assumed it was you, because, well, what else could have happened? Ah, true. Anyway, besides that, I wanted to tell you that there haven't been any casualties among my team. We'll be back on Earth soon, Hinata told Hanabi. The younger sister beamed with joy. That's awesome. Guess the mission went just peachy, right? Not as peachy as you thought. Tonari was here, and proved to be quite the obstacle. In the end we managed to beat him, but it was quite the narrow victory, Hinata explained. Hanabi's smile disappeared, replaced by a grimace of horror. What? That creep was there? I thought he would be here with the rest of Akatsuki. Did he know that you were going there or something? As a matter of fact, he did, Hinata replied. He was listening to our conversation when you contacted me some days ago. Hanabi's face fell. How did he do that? Hanabi-chan, Hamura's chakra links the two of us. But Tonari also has such chakra, hence we were linked to him. That's how we was able to notice our conversation and eavesdrop it, Hinata explained. Hanabi's palm slapped her face, as she groaned into her mouth. Oh, shit. Shit. I'm so fucking stupid. Hanabi cursed, gritting her teeth in frustration. I'm very sorry. I don't know what came over me, I swear I'm not usually this careless. It's okay, Hanabi-chan. We're in the middle of a war, to not be able to think clearly. Everybody makes mistakes, Hinata reassured her little sister. No, it's not okay. This mistake could have costed you your life. Hanabi insisted. You said your victory against Tonari was a narrow one. Yes, but in the end, we won. All's well what ends well. Don't fret about it anymore, okay? Hinata said, smiling warmly at Hanabi. I know you must feel bad with yourself, but that won't help anybody. You can keep this in mind if it helps you focus better and not make other mistakes with what's left of the war. Okay. I'll do that. Sorry again, though, Hanabi repeated, lowering her head. Plus, your blunder did have its good parts. For once, it managed to keep Tonari away from the war, and now he won't be able to harm anybody anymore, Hinata said. Guess that's a good thing, Hanabi admitted. Yes, and that's not the best part. Tell me Hanabi, have you used Sage Mode in battle? Hinata asked. Her little sister shook her head. So far, I didn't find any enemy that merited such thing. Alright. See, during my time in the moon, I've been studying a jutsu that combines senjutsu with the Tensagen chakra cloak, Hinata began to explain. For starters, by using the power boost granted by Sage Mode, you can take the chakra cloak to the next level. Really? That's awesome. Had I known that, I would have used Sage Mode since the war had begun. Hanabi excitedly said. It's not as easy as using the cloak when you're in Sage Mode, Hinata said, as if reading Hanabi's mind. You need to stay very still and concentrated in order to merge both modes, for they will refuse to become one. Hey, if you did it, that means it can be done, right? Hanabi confidently replied. But don't worry, I'll prepare while I'm not battling so I can have it down by the time to fight comes. Good, Hinata nodded in approval. Lastly, I'm going to pass you this jutsu that will be very useful. You'll be able to use it once you reach the highest level of Tensagen Chakra Cloak with Senjutsu. The name is Avatar of Kalika. Hinata spent a couple hours explaining Hanabi the details of the jutsu. However, what were a couple hours in their shared mental dimension was only a few minutes in the real world. By the time she snapped out of her trance, the others have already finished packing everything up. Ready to go, Hinata? Shisui asked. Yes, Hinata said. There's no time to waste. And thus, the group made their journey back to Earth. Hinata was hoping that nothing bad would happen before her arrival, and that Hanabi wouldn't need to use the avatar of Kalika. However, she was unable to shake a bad feeling off of her body, as if a threat even greater than Tonari or Obito was about to fall upon her friends and comrades. She prayed such bad feeling didn't come to pass. Chapter 114. Reinforcements arrive. Or. Meeting Daddy again. Land of Fire, shortly after the Tensagen energy vessel was destroyed. After linking up with the medical division, the 2nd Division rushed through the forests of the Land of Fire in order to reunite with the A's 1st Division, who suffered a defeat at the hands of the Akatsuki army. The news that among those reanimated were Nagato, a Rinnegan bearer, and Fugaku Uchiha, a Mangekyo Sharinon bearer, sent the message that Akatsuki was done playing around, and that they would show their true power. The charge was led from Tsunade on the ground, while Kuratsuka was flying above them. Tsunade had ordered the rest of the medics to mingle with the ninjas of the 2nd Division, so they would be surrounded by people that could protect them at all times. The fact that Tsunade didn't need to be protected was left unsaid, and nobody contested it. And for a certain pink-haired medic, choosing her the ninja that would protect her wasn't a hard choice. It's good to fight together again, isn't it, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked Sasuke, smiling a little. And not just the two of us. Karin and Shizune-sensei as well. The whole team fights together again. Karin was running behind them, giving the pinkette enough space to she could share a moment with her boyfriend before the impending battle. Shizune was a few rows behind her students. Still, Sasuke didn't appear to enjoy Sakura's company much, given the Uchiha's sour and silent mood, his onyx eyes aimlessly looking into the distance. "HN," was Sasuke's only reply. The Uchiha sounded even more sullen than usual. Something that Sakura did not appreciate. A grunt. "That's all what you have to say at the chance of the two of us finally fighting together since this cursed war began?" Sakura angrily asked. This seemed to snap Sasuke from his crestfallen trance, blinking a couple times, before looking at Sakura. He averted his gaze, looking somewhat ashamed. Sorry, Sakura. I didn't want to offend you. It's just that I'm not in the best of moods right now. I have noticed. Wanna share it with me? If there's something bothering you, it's better if you take it outside your chest before the battle begins, the pinkette advised him. After a pause, Sasuke nodded. I don't know if you heard, but they said that one of the zombies in the army we're about to face is that of my father, Fugaku Uchiha. Of course, that's all what Sakura needed to hear. She gasped, covering her mouth with her hands in horror. Oh my goodness. No wonder you're behaving like that. I'm so sorry, that was super insensitive of my part. It's okay. Only the higher-ups were aware of the details of the 1st Division's defeat, Sasuke said. Such contradiction was immediately caught by the medic Kunoichi. Only the higher-ups? Then how do you know it? Because Itaki and I have been tasked with taking our father down. Since we both have Manjikyo Sharinan and Susanoo, they think we're the better suited to deal with him, Sasuke explained. Not that I like it, but I can see their logic. Why don't they let Tsunade-sama fight him? With her Rinnegan she could defeat Fugaku easily. Because Tsunade-sama has been tasked with an even bigger threat, Nagato, the former Akatsuki leader, has been revived as well, Sasuke replied. Nagato too? Sakura asked in shock. Well, in hindsight, it was obvious that he would be among those reanimated. Between him and your father, no wonder the first division lost. Given the number he made on Konoha, I hope Tsunade-sama is able to deal with him swiftly. Me too. Maybe then she can come by and give us a hand with our father, Sasuke duly noted. Even if I hate the idea of depending on a single person to save us all the time. I might not be Tsunade-sama, but I'll be there for you dash. No, Sasuke cut her, much to her surprise. No offense, but if what I heard is true, you won't be able to help us much against our father. And I can't fight and protect you at the same time. I need all my focus for this fight, and that can only happen if I know you're away from him or Nagato. Sakura opened her mouth, ready to protest. To claim that she was no damsel in distress that needed to be coddled. However, she was able to pick that Sasuke was having a lot of trouble staying focused given who he was going to fight, and he didn't need having to worry about her on top of that. So Sakura chose to swallow her pride. It's okay, Sasuke-kun. I'll make sure not to get in the way of your fight, Sakura replied. For a brief moment, Sakura thought she saw Sasuke's lips curving into a smile. Thanks. I'm glad you understand, Sasuke said, nodding. I promise we'll fight together once this is dealt with. Guys, get ready, Karen, who had been silent all this time, spoke for the first time. I'm sensing a lot of chakras in turmoil a few hundred meters ahead. We're approaching the 1st Division and the Akatsuki Army. Her two teammates nodded, and mentally prepared to enter the battlefield. From her vantage point in the sky, Kurotsuki had a perfect view of the battleground before her. Patches of multiple colors mixed with white patches, as flashes of orange, blue and white crossed the battlefield as jutsu were traded between enemies, the earth cracking, craters being opened in the ground, and unfortunate trees being taken down as collateral damage. While it was impossible to tell apart one ninja from another, it was easy to identify some people by the sheer destruction they were causing. She easily recognized a white blur blitzing through a mass of white Zetsu as her fellow KJ. Among the reanimations, the two that HQ had warned them about were easy to spot. A large black skeletal figure cutting a swath of destruction among the allied ninjas revealed Fugaku Uchiha's position. And a large group of allied ninjas being blown into the air as if they were ants carried by the wind told her where Nagato was. Well, there they are, Kurotsuka said, as she tapped her earpiece. Tsunade, do you hear me? Loud and clear, Tsuchikage. Did you find our targets? Tsunade's voice replied. Yep. Fugaku Uchiha is on the top left flank. Though I'm sure you'll be able to see it once you get closer to the battlefield, Kurotsuka said. And Nagato is on the center on the battlefield, currently moving towards the bottom left. Got it. Any other targets of interest? Tsunade asked. Kurotsuka took another glance at the battlefield, to see if there were other targets that merited a quick termination, when she saw several greenish-yellow projectiles flying towards her from the ground. Shit! She yelled, as her hands flew through hand seals. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire! Kurotsuki exhaled a wide stream of fire that quickly incinerated the corrosive projectiles aimed at her. Looking down, she saw what she believed were sniper Zetsu, taking aim at her. Kurotsuki? Kurotsuki! Tsunade yelled. Everything's okay? I saw what you did. Some asshole sniper Zetsu wanting to bring me down. Better take care of them before they become a bigger hassle, Kurotsuka said, as she flew down. Understood. We're going to enter and join the main group, Tsunade said. Back on the ground, while still on the move, Tsunade addressed the troops. Alright everyone, we're about to link with the 1st Division. I want you to spread, find whoever's having trouble, and help them. Once they're safe, push back, understood? She yelled, not waiting for a response. There are two targets, both reanimations, that have been deemed as critical. The first one is Nagato Uzumaki, Akatsuki's former leader. I will face him down myself, and I'll try to push him away from the main group to reduce collateral damage. I don't want to see anybody that's not a Kage getting close to our fight, understood? If I'm overwhelmed and need help, I'll ask for it. The second target is Fugaku Uchiha. This one has been tasked to Itaki and Suzuki Uchiha to deal with. Again, don't provide any unsolicited assistance, wait for them to ask for help should they need any, or else you might get in the way. Suzuki felt a bit uneasy upon hearing that. It's not that she said that they were on their own, but the message that taking Fugaku down depended on them was clear. That's all. Stay frosty, and do your best. Tsunade finished. Soon, the second and medical divisions reached the first, joining the ensuing battle. There were many group of allies ninjas fighting White Zetsu and reanimations, most of them losing. Suzuki felt the urge to help a nearby group with Itaki appeared besides him. Everybody have their mission, and we have ours, Itaki said. Follow me, I have located father. A knot formed on Suzuki's stomach upon hearing those words, but remained silent and followed his brother's lead. Said knot became tighter and tighter as they crossed the battlefield, ignoring the many fights happening around them, until Suzuki's Sharingan caught sight of a man he hadn't seen in almost half his life. There he was, Fugaku Uchiha, in the middle of breaking an IWA ninja's neck. A Konoha ninja tried to flank him, but Fugaku turned around and made eye contact. The poor Konoha ninja was paralyzed as the Sharingan Genjutsu took hold of him, his life ending shortly after Fugaku jammed a kunao onto the poor guy's neck. The deaths happening in front of him allowed Suzuki to push his feelings for his reanimated father aside, at least for the time being, and answer the call to action. He made several hand seals before taking a few shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, and after imbuing them with lightning chakra, tossed them at his father. Fugaku noticed the attack, his eyes widening upon seeing where the electrified steel stars came from. Still, despite being straddled, his body reacted on his own, deflecting or dodging most of the shuriken, with one of them scratching his cheek. Scattering Crow's Jutsu. Suddenly, black filled Fugaku's vision as a dozen crows flocked around him, cawing angrily and pecking him. Despite the pain in his obstructed vision, he was still able to grab Itaka by the wrist before he was about to slap an explosive tag on his back, and hurled him at Suzuki before the younger Uchiha could assist his older brother. Fortunately, both Suzuki and Itaka managed to get back on their feet just before Fugaku got rid of the crows. Guess I was being too hopeful thinking that would work and we could end this fight quickly, Itaka muttered, mildly frustrated. Trust me, nothing would make me happier, Suzuki bitterly agreed. Once Fugaku finally recovered, he turned at the Uchiha brothers, his expression still surprised. Itaka. And Suzuki, is that you? Fugaku asked. My, you have grown so much. I guess I did, was all what Suzuki thought to say in response. I'm glad that you see that you two are still alive and well, Fugaku sincerely said. I saw many of our clansmen reanimated by that lowly snake. I was told that besides you two, only Shisui survived. That's correct, Itaki replied. For a time, between him and the two of us were the whole Uchiha clan. Fugaku looked disheartened. 3 people, our once mighty clan, reduced to 3 members. A scowl developed on Suzuki's face. Yeah, and there's nobody to blame but you. You led our clan to its self-destruction. Fugaku's expression wilted under Suzuki's glare. I guess I did. I'd say I'm sorry, but nothing that I say or do will undo such a costly mistake. Worse, I'm forced to end even more innocent lives for the sake of another man's ambition. And just like 8 years ago, it will be me who will have to put you down for good, Itaka said. It will be us, Suzuki corrected, as he took a step forward. Before we begin, a question, Fugaku said. I have been told this already, but I need to hear it from your mouths. Itaka, given that you killed me, I presume you have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Your guess is right, Itaka said. That's why we were tasked to fight you. You too, Suzuki. The youngest Uchiha didn't say anything, just looked to the side. Good, Fugaku said, as his own Sharingan morphed. Otherwise, I doubt you'd stand a chance against me then. Ningendo. With a swift hand move, Nagato pulled the soul out of the unfortunate Kiri ninja's body, and let it go, killing it instantly, before casually tossing the corpse aside. He turned around, and looked at the rest of his foes, keeping their distance and fighting stance, but clearly too scared to attack the redhead after what they just saw. If you don't plan to attack me, then I suggest you to go away and fight somebody else, Nagato advised them. We can't do that, man. A ninja from AIM replied, trying to keep the stutter out of his voice. We can't just win this war by running away from our enemies. But can you win it by dying pointlessly against an enemy that outmatches you? Nagato asked, as he raised an arm. Said arm opened multiple compartments up, each holding a missile, before firing them forward. The allied ninjas braced for the worst. Shinra Tensei. A shockwave seemingly out of nowhere pushed the incoming missiles back, and still had enough force to do the same with Nagato, who was able to stay on his feet. A newcomer landed between Nagato and his opponents with a loud crash, raising a small cloud of dust and dirt. Stand back, I'll take care of this guy, the newcomer, Tsunade, ordered the other ninjas. And tell the others to get close to us until I request for help. Understood, Tsunade-sama. A Konoha ninja said, unconsciously making a head bow, before turning at his comrades. You heard her, guys. Let's find somebody else to fight. Nobody made any objections, and leaped away, leaving the slug Sannin alone with the former Akatsuki leader. So, Nagato, Tsunade began. We meet again. Far too soon after our last encounter, if you ask me. I'm not here out of my own free will, you know, the Uzumaki replied. Given what you just did. I assume you have one of my eyes under that patch. Did you expect that we weren't going to use your eyes against Akatsuki? Even if I didn't get this eye on a whim, it's an invaluable tool in a fight against Akatsuki, Tsunade explained. And the other? Unfortunately, your pal Obito, with some internal help, snatched it, Tsunade said. We wanted to summon the demonic statue and force it to throw the tailed beasts up, but the Uchiha bastard bonded with the statue first. Hence this war, Nagato said, nodding. What about Konan? Is she okay? The girl's fine, kid. She's fighting alongside us. You know, to make up for her past crimes and all that. Time will tell if it's enough or not, Tsunade replied. Nagato was going to say something, but his body suddenly stiffened for a second, before he started making hand seals. Tsunade, watch out. Summoning Jutsu. Nagato slammed his palm into the ground, producing a Latga burst of smoke, and from the smoke, a giant ox with Rinnegan eyes emerged, charging at the blonde Sannin while letting out a loud moo. The giant bovine lowered its head, trying to gore the slug princess with its horns. The Sannin, however, caught the animal by its horns, and using her monstrous strength, stopped it on its tracks. Summoning Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu. Nagato was covered by several bursts of smoke, as he summoned the giant multi-headed dog, a giant panda, a giant centipede, and a giant chameleon with a snake for a tail. Shit. Tsunade cursed. He's going to summon every possible animal linked to the Rinnegan, so I can't summon any. I need to summon some myself. Gathering her strength, Tsunade pushed the charging ox backwards while she jumped in the opposite direction, biting her thumb and making 5 hand seals as fast as her hands allowed her to. Summoning Jutsu. She felt how a giant rhino was summoned to her presence. Summoning Jutsu. A giant bird with a large, jagged beak and deformed limbs took off to the sky. Summoning Jutsu. A gigantic lobster came to her aid. She stopped, feeling that there were no more animals she could call. From the Rinnegan's summoning ability, at least. She still had the slugs, but she didn't want to summon Katsuyu until she had no other options. Good job, Tsunade, Nagato praised, even if his voice was stoic and unemotive. It would have been a shame if you let me summon all the animals of the Rinnegan. With a wave of his hand, Nagato commanded his summoned creatures to attack, Tsunade doing the same. The rhino clashed against the ox in a duel of horns, the centipede engaged in a fight with the giant bird, and the panda went to face the lobster. Which left the multi-headed dog and the chameleon with no one to fight but Tsunade herself, and launched themselves at her. Shinra Tensei. Tsunade cast a hand forward, releasing a powerful shockwave at the two incoming animals, pushing them backwards, toppling every tree they hit as they stumbled back. She then launched herself at Nagato, and reared her fist back. Shinra Tensei. This time, it was Tsunade who found herself at the receiving end of a gravitational blast, and was lunged backwards as if she was a fly being swatted away by a gigantic hand. Still, she managed not to lose her balance and land on her feet, skidding across the grass, leaving 2 furrows on the ground while raising a cloud of grinded dust and blades of grass. The Sannin was thinking about her next move when all of a sudden, Nagato was beside her, looking at her with a stony expression. He then grew 2 additional pair of arms and used them to immobilize the Sannin. I hope you can break out of this hold, because you can imagine what I'm going to do now, Nagato said, as he moved one of his original hands towards Tsunade's head. Tsunade, however, wasn't afraid. An impressive hold, indeed. Too bad I have the perfect counter. And just like Nagato did, Tsunade also grew 2 additional pair of arms, which she used to break Nagato's hold. The Uzumaki wisely jumped backwards before the Slug Princess had the chance to hit him in close quarters. Humph. Thanks to both having the Rinnegan, the two of us have the same ability. We seem to be at an impasse, Nagato observed. Then again, I do have the advantage of experience with the Rinnegan, not to mention a body that doesn't get tired or run out of chakra. And I have more experience in general by virtue of being a couple decades older than you are, Tsunade rebutted. Not to mention all the abilities I have that aren't related to the Rinnegan. Let's hope that will be enough to put me down for good, Tsunade. I don't wish to continue fighting for a cause I don't believe for. Enough innocents have died by my hand. Take this. Sakura delivered a combo of a straight punch and a roundhouse kick towards a trio of Zetsu clones that leaped at her, resulting in them being sent away flying. Sakura-san, be careful to your left. One is going to ambush you from underground. Niji, fighting other Zetsu near her, warned. And indeed, Sakura felt light tremors on the ground, before another white Zetsu clone burst from underground, his fingers extended as claws ready to eviscerate her. The Pinkette, however, was ready and smashed the brass knuckles she was wielding into his face, blowing his head up into multiple chunks of white flesh. Thanks a lot. Sakura told Niji, flashing a quick smile. So, how are they doing? Niji aimed his vision to his back, where Shizuan and Karen were. The 2 women were sitting on the floor, with her legs crossed and eyes closed, and a bunch of clones around them, acting as bodyguards, preventing the Zetsu from getting close, just like Sakura and Niji were doing as well. The Hyuga prodigy could see the nature energy being drawn into their bodies, mixing with their chakra. I say they're still halfway done, Niji told her, as he stabbed his 2 fingers into the side of a Zetsu clone, before slamming his palm into his face. Sakura groaned. Just lovely. Unfortunately for the 2 young sages, Naruto's method of creating 2 clones and sending them away wouldn't work here. With so many battles taking place across a vast battlefield, there were no places where they could hide a clone without being attacked by a white Zetsu or a reanimation. So they had no choice but gather nature energy themselves in the middle of the battle, and let some clones and their comrades protest them until they were done. This made protecting them an extra hard job, since not only they couldn't be harmed, they couldn't even be disturbed. Plus the defenders didn't have space to fall back to if they were pushed back by the enemy. While Sakura and Niji protected them from the front and the clones from the flanks, Lee, Tenten and Guy were protecting them from the rear guard. Watch out, a big one incoming. Niji warned again. Sakura felt the ground rumble before seeing a Zetsu brute charging at them, tossing friends and foe alike to the sides if they were caught in his way. Yeah, hard to not see that one coming, Sakura said, taking a step forward. I'll meet him headlong. You're dead. The giant Zetsu hollered. Sakura merely smirked, as she made several hand seals. Earth release, mud trap. The ground in front of the Zetsu brute turned into a patch of brea, and the moment the large creature brought one of its feet down, it was stuck there, followed by the other. The giant creature struggled trying to get his legs out of the sucking mud. However, while he did that, he didn't notice Sakura rushing at him, her fist rearing backwards. Huh. I think what you wanted to say is I'm dead, Sakura said, before smashing her fist into the chest of the monster, blowing a hole and sending it flying backwards out of the mud trap. Far from being intimidated, two more Zetsu brutes charged towards Sakura and Niji, letting out roars of anger in an attempt to intimidate their opponents. Sakura weaved the same sequence of hand seals she did before. Earth release, mud trap. This time, the pinkette poured more chakra into the jutsu, creating a pool of mud much larger than before. Despite this, the giant Zetsu anticipated Sakura's move and leaped above the trap of Brea, landing on the ground with a loud thud, before resuming their charge, one of them reaching the pinkette before the other. "Die, Konoha scum!" one Zetsu brute said, raising his arm above her. Wood release, thorn hammer. Wooden spikes grew on the Zetsu's large forearm before he brought it down. Sakura, who was ready to block the attack, was forced to jump back instead, let she be shredded by the spikes. The hit opened a crater on the ground, sending small rocks and pebbles in every direction. Shit, these guys give the impression of being all muscle and no brains, but they can catch you off guard if you aren't focused, and have access to a lot of elemental jutsu, Sakura inwardly cursed, as she landed on her feet. And much to her horror, she saw the second mutant Zetsu charging at her. Shit. 8 trigrams, palm spear. A blue and green blur dashed in front of Sakura, and saw Niji leaping at the Zetsu brute and slamming his palm into his face with so much force, not only it broke his momentum, but it pushed him backwards. Nice save, Sakura thanked Niji. A new move. Yes. It uses the speed granted by the celestial gates to add more power to a palm strike. Simple in concept, yet effective in results, Niji said. Not as effective as it may seem, Sakura said, looking at the Zetsu, holding his face in pain, but not looking that worse to wear. Guess I still need to polish it, Niji said, as he narrowed his eyes at the two giant Zetsu. And done. Shizun said from behind. The leader of the medical squad jumped to her feet, and slipped into a battle stance. Her eyes were golden instead of the usual onyx, and had pink fang-like marks running down her cheeks. Oh, thank goodness, Sakura said in relief. Now we only need to protect Karen until she's done. Good job, guys, let me handle this, Shizun said, as she took a step forward. Focus on making sure Karen's unperturbed. Understood, Shizun-sensei. Sakura said, as she and Niji jumped back. The Zetsu brute Niji had struck his face had already recovered, joining his partner as the two of them stomped towards Shizun. The medic nin's confident stance didn't go unnoticed to either of them. So, you think you can beat us on your own? One of the brutes said. Don't make us laugh. You know, it's not wise to underestimate an opponent, Shizun told them. You're the one who's underestimating us. One of the Zetsu said, as both arms started to grow wooden spikes. Wood release, thorn hammer. Unlike Sakura, Shizun didn't move, and raised her hands to block the hit, expertly grabbing one of the spikes on each hand in order to stop the attack. The black-haired woman was pushed backwards a little, but otherwise the attack had no effect on her. The giant Zetsu's ugly face grimaced in anger upon realizing that this small woman was his equal in strength. What the? He asked. Shizun smirked. You aren't familiar with Sage Mode, are you? One of its perks is enhanced strength. I may not be as strong as Tsunade-sama, but I'm not that far from her. But guess the hardened skin makes up for it. And another thing. The earth rumbled as the other giant Zetsu, displaying a deceptively high level of speed, flanked the black-haired sage and tried to smash her. But as he got close, Shizun spun the Zetsu in the direction the second one came, slamming him against the other. Is that Sage Mode grants me sensing abilities, so you won't be able to catch me by surprise, Shizun said, wiping her hands, before making several hand seals. Now, let's see how do you like Senjutsu Enhanced Elemental Ninjutsu. Sage Art, Water Release, Water Exploding Gun. Shizun aimed her index fingers at each of the Zetsu brute, and fired a small water bullet from each of them. The bullets embedded itself into the Zetsu's bodies, before they exploded into a massive torrent of water, destroying the artificial creatures from the inside out. Wow! Shizun beamed, looking at the result of her jutsu. It's even better than I even expected. On one of the highest branches of one of the highest trees of the battlefield, a spiraling portal appeared, Obito emerging out of it. That branch was the perfect vantage point to oversee the battle. So far, it appeared to be pretty even, with no side winning ground over the other. Then again, he could see some battles where the alliance was clearly winning. It could snowball into a defeat for Akatsuki. Of course, not if Obito had anything to say about it. He dropped down to ground level, and pulled a scroll from under his robes. "Alright, Madara, you always loved to talk about this shit back in the day. Let's see if it's as strong as you claimed it was," Obito said, as he unfurled the scroll on the ground, revealing a circle made of seals. He made several hand seals, and slammed his palm inside the circle. The seals began to glow, and the ground around him began to shake. Guy, Lee, and Tenten continued protecting Karen by keeping the incoming enemies at bay. So far, none of them proved to be much of a mock for the members of the close combat squad. "Okay, I'm done," Karen said, jumped on her feet. Her normally red eyes were now golden, with spiral-shaped red marks around them. "Excellent. That will give us more freedom of movement," Tenten said. "It's kind of annoying having to stay in the same place all the time." "Yeah, thank you guys for covering my back. Don't worry, I'm now ready to return the favor, and them some. Let's find an opponent worthy of Desh." Karen suddenly shut up, as her face grew pale. "Karen?" Niji asked, walking to her girlfriend. "Is everything okay? A massive amount of chakra is gathering in that direction," Karen said, pointing to zone of the forest at the far end of the battlefield. Niji activated his Byakugan, and directed his sight into the direction Karen pointed. He was taken aback by what he saw. "Hey, Niji, Karen? What did you guys found?" Tenten asked. Suddenly, the ground started to shake, and the trees in the zone Karen had pointed out went down like dominoes, and from the forest, a gigantic creature emerged, probably 50 meters tall. It was humanoid, with the appearance of an ogre, and looked to be made of green wood. Coiled around it was a serpentine dragon, made of the same material. The wood giant began to advance towards them. What the hell is that?" Tenten screamed. "A wood giant," was Guy's response, his eyes fixed on the incoming green colossus. You saw that thing before, sensei?" Lee asked. Guy shook his head. "Not seen one, but heard about it. One of the first Hokage's most powerful jutsu. It was able to match Madara's Susanoo." "Wait, does that mean that the reanimated first Hokage is here?" Lee asked in shock, looking around. Karen closed her eyes, and expanded her senses. With Sage Mode, her sensing ability was even greater than before, and in no time she was able to scan the entire battleground, as well as several square kilometers worth of area around it. Her analysis done, she shook her head. "I tried to locate a source of chakra similar to that monster, but I didn't find any," Karen explained. "That thing appeared on its own." "Well, that's a relief. But let not drop our guards, it could be a trap," Niji reminded them. "We need to fetch Tsunade-sama. I'm sure she'll be able to deal with this monster in no time," Tenten suggested. "I don't think that's going to be an option," Karen replied. "I'm sensing her right now. She doesn't seem to be close to done with Nagato. By the time she's done, Kami knows how much death and destruction that thing can cause." "Well, it's a good thing we have you, Karen-san," Lee said, smiling. "Yeah, it's a good wait, what?" she asked, turning at him in puzzlement, and a little dread. "Why do you say that? You're a sage, right? You must now possess a power beyond any normal ninja. Thanks to Sage Mode, Naruto was able to defeat the fourth Mizukage in pain. I'm sure you'll be able to beat that creature," Lee said, sounding naively encouraging. Karen looked at the incoming monster, and grimaced. Even with Sage Mode, she doubted she could beat such a powerful foe. She then felt a hand being placed on her shoulder. "What my teammate failed to tell you is that, while we hope your new power will be instrumental in bringing that creature down, we will fight alongside you," Niji's voice reassured. "Nobody expects you to go against that thing alone." Karen looked at her boyfriend, nodded and smiled, her confidence restored a little. "All right, let's go then." Okuninushi. Fugaku Uchiha's body rippled and flickered briefly in a surreal way, before dashing forward, delivering an horizontal wide swipe with his katana at his two sons. The 4 negative after images going after him mimicked his move, but delivered the swing from different angles and positions, resulting in a storm of brutal swipes that the Uchiha brother were barely able to block. "So that's Okuninashi," Sasuke said, as he thought in a way to counter Sui's powerful ability. Shisui wasn't exaggerating, it turns normal attacks into deadly blows. Shisui? How does he know about this jutsu? Fugaku asked, confused. However, the answer soon popped in his mind. Wait, Asuma told me Danzo had looted my eyes. I presume Shisui fought against him. Yes, Guy and Shisui fought against him, and used such ability to great effect, Itaki explained. Did they defeat the bastard? Fugaku asked. Danzo is indeed dead, if that's what you want to know, Itaki replied. Too bad they didn't find a way to overcome that jutsu. Fugaku was about to say something, when his expression went from angry to worried and surprised. Itake, Sasuke, watch out. Fugaku warned, as his hands started to fly through hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Fugaku exhaled a fireball at the Uchiha brothers, which dodged it by quickly sidestepping in opposite directions. However, the after images also exhaled more fireballs at them, forcing the 2 younger Uchiha into the run. Sasuke hid behind a tree, while Itaki used a nearby boulder as cover. Explosions reverberated around them as fire spread among the forest. Itaki! Sasuke yelled, as he started to make hand seals. Let's end this fight the same way we defeated the guy with the plasma release. Fire release, burning edge. Lightning release, thunder blade. Sasuke unsheathed his katana and shoto at the same time, the former being covered in flames, the latter crackling with electricity. He then jumped out of his hiding spot, and dashed towards Fugaku. Sasuke, no. Wait. Itaka cried. But Sasuke was already charging headfirst towards his undead father. Fugaku merely made more hand seals. Fire release, greater fire wave. Fugaku and his after images exhaled conical streams of fire from their mouths, which quickly merged with each other, forming an advancing wall of flames, charring the earth below, quickly engulfed Sasuke between the flames. Sasuke! Itaki yelled, trying to frantically find his brother. Much to Itaki's relief, when the flames died down there was a burned log where Sasuke had been. And Sasuke was now behind Fugaku, ready to strike his back with 2 elemental weapons. However, 2 of Fugaku's after images turned around and parried the attacks just in time, before a third one tried to strike the youngest Uchiha. Sasuke, however, was able to dodge it and jump backwards. Nice one, son. You managed to slip past my guard and attack me from behind. And using 2 elements at once isn't something people without the proper bloodline limit are able to do, Fugaku praised. You certainly grew into a very skilled and powerful ninja. I wish I was able to see your potential before. Would seeing my potential would have changed your mind regarding your idiotic insurrection? Sasuke sneered at him, his Sharingan flashing with anger. Fugaku visibly saddened. No. I don't think it would have. I was blind back then. There was a time in which there was nothing I would have wanted more than finally being acknowledged by you, father. Being worthy of the name Uchiha, Sasuke said, tightly gripping his weapons. But now, even being the best of the Uchiha means nothing. Whirring noises alerted Fugaku of the shuriken flying at him. The former Uchiha patriarch easily deflected them with the help of his after images. Sasuke saw the perfect opportunity to attack. Double elemental release, plasma beam. Crossing his flaming katana with his electric shoto, Sasuke fired a beam of flames coated in electricity at Fugaku. The Uchiha father jumped away, and the beam hit the spot where he was standing, resulting in a large explosion. Even if he managed to avoid said explosion, 2 of his after images were destroyed in it. Good job, Sasuke. If what Shisui told me also applies here, it will take him some time to replace the lost after images. Itaka said, as he moved to attack as well. Meaning that now's the time to strike. I'm afraid you won't have the chance, Fugaku said, as he was surrounded by a large black spectral ribcage, which expanded into the upper half of a large skeleton, followed by said skeleton being covered in muscle, then skin, and lastly an armor of smum kind. 2 blades appeared on each the chakra construct's hands. Susanoo already? Well, I wasn't expecting this to be easy, Itaka said, as he replied in kind, his red Susanoo forming around him. He did notice, however, that Sasuke hadn't activated his. Sasuke. I'm okay, just give me a second. Sasuke replied, sounding doubtful, flinching as his purple Susanoo started to form. He hasn't overcome the visions yet, Itaki realized. But sadly, we don't have the luxury to fall back on other jutsu. The few things that can beat a Susanoo is another Susanoo. Please Sasuke, stay strong. This will end soon, I promise. As the green colossus advanced, allied ninjas fled from it, lest them be cruised under the wood giant. Unfortunately, some of them weren't fast enough and were trampled by the wooden construct, as well as many white Zetsu clones. Though, while some ninjas fled, others tried to slow down the gigantic monster with their elemental ninjutsu. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Water release, Water Wall. Lightning release, Thunder Spear. Fire bolts, powerful water blasts, lightning bolts, boulders, and blades of wind flew towards the wooden giant, chipping away small bits and pieces of its body, but so far it didn't appear to make much damage to its body. The creature seemed to notice the ninjas below it, as it looked down at them. Despite its expressionless face, everybody felt prey to a feeling of overwhelming dread. Feeling that was amplified 100-fold when the wood giant raised a hand, and clenched its fingers into a fist, and brought it down at a deceptively fast speed. The fist crashed against the ground, cracking the ground as it was made of cheap plastic, sending large chunks of rock everywhere, flinging both allied ninjas and Zetsu clones in every direction, and producing a huge tremor that shook the entire battlefield. The only ninja close enough to the monster unaffected by such destructive display of strength was flying above it, watching in shock and some horror the display. So that's Hashirama's wood golem. Kuratsuka said, glaring at the monster. So powerful, Hashirama only summoned it against his greatest foes. Not even the second Tsuchikage was able to beat it. Still, I can't back up from this fight. I might be one of the few people here who can match that beast's power, she said, as she started making hand seals. Dust release, atomic dismantling jutsu. Kuratsuka clapped her hands together, and brought them apart, creating a transparent energy cube with a core of white light. She thrust her hands forward, sending the cube towards the green giant. The wood golem, however, noticed Kuratsuka's attack, as the serpentine dragon wrapped around its body moved towards the incoming attack, and opened its jaws, releasing a blaze of strange greenish-yellow flames, prematurely detonating the attack. It then lunged upwards, trying to catch the Tsuchikage between its jaws, making the young cage to fly upwards in order to avoid it. Shit. That thing has more tricks than mere size and strength. Kuratsuka cursed. Taking advantage of the giant golem focusing on Kuratsuka, the ninjas from down below launched another barrage of elemental attacks, causing some superficial damage to the beast, which showed no reaction. At first at least, given that he prepared another devastating attack as it raised its fist again. All humans present paled at what was going to happen. Oh fuck. I need to stop it before he causes another massacre. Kuratsuka said, as her hands blurred through hand seals while diving at the monster. Earth release, weighted boulder jutsu. Once again, the serpent dragon tried to trap her between its jaws the moment it got close, but Kuratsuka already expected this and was able to expertly dodge it. The first obstacle overcome, she latched onto the golem's raised fist. The spot Kuratsuka grabbed turned to stone, and the effect started to spread, petrifying the giant's arm. The golem didn't seem to notice as it prepared to bring its fist down. Shit, I have no time to petrify the whole arm. Kuratsuka realized, as she slammed her fist onto the petrified arm, shattering it into small rocks and pebbles, before flying away, as the dragon head tried to roast her with its breath of green fire. Down below, there was a single but loud cheer the moment Kuratsuka managed to avoid the monster from attacking. All hail Tsuchikage-sama. We all live thanks to her. An IWA ninja fervently shouted. Let's attack now that monster is reduced to just one arm. A Kiri ninja shouted. Do not make any risky moves. That thing might have lost one arm, but it's far from harmless. Asuna Ninja advised. That moment, the earth started to shake as the wood golem began to move. Though, much to their confusion, not towards them to attack again, but towards a nearby cluster of trees. It bent down, and uprooted a large tree with its remaining arm. I think one doesn't need a lot of imagination to know what does he plan to do with that tree, Niji said, as he glared at the one-armed monster. Don't worry, if he plans to chuck that tree at us, I'll kick it back at him. Lee loudly declared. Gate of opening, open. Gate of healing, open. Gate of pain, open. Lee, wait. Don't rush like that before knowing what the enemy is going to do. Tenten advised him, as he gripped his shoulder. Look. In fact, the wood golem didn't appear to get ready to throw the tree, or even use it as a weapon. Instead, it brought it to its face, and after opening its mouth, it swallowed the tree whole, much to everybody's confusion. The confusion was turned into shock as vines started to emerge from the stump where its arm used to be, interlacing with each other until they formed a new forearm, and then a new hand. The burnt marks and holes the previous attacks had made on its body were also filled with new wood, restoring the giant back to normal. Everybody looked at what happened in the deepest of stupors. Just. Karen said, trying not to fumble her words. What the hell was that? As a being made of wood, it seems it can heal itself by consuming trees, Niji pointed out, even if that much was obvious. And given the amount of trees in the area, he has plenty of food to heal itself. And it's not that we are going to destroy every tree in the vicinity, are we? Tenten asked. Then what are we going to do? Lee asked. It isn't obvious. If an enemy has the ability to heal itself, you have to beat it in one blow, so it doesn't have the chance to do so. Guy energically said. Unfortunately, a new voice began, prompting Karen and Team Guy to turn around, revealing to be Shizun, with Sakura behind her. That's not something that we can do against an enemy of such power. Not even with Karen-san and you being sages. Lee asked. Sage mode gives us a lot of power, yes, Shizun agreed. But I don't think it will be enough to beat that thing, Karen finished, pointing at the now advancing wood golem. No, maybe she can, Sakura said, pointing upwards. The others looked at where she was pointing at, and saw the Tsuchikage, flying around the greenwood construct, trying to stop the golem with jutsu of fire and lava, to little effect. I learned that the Tsuchikage got dust release from her grandfather and predecessor. It's an elemental combination that can reduce a target to dust instantly. If we slow that thing down, maybe she'll be able to finish it in one blow, Sakura suggested. Everybody seemed to ponder for a moment Sakura's suggestion. While risky and with low chances of success, it was the most sound plan to take that monster down. Niji was the first one to speak up his mind. I think she already tried to do that, but the dragon coiled around its body kept intercepting her attack, the Hyuga prodigy said. I think it's paramount we remove that dragon if we are to succeed. Wood is a combination of water and earth release. Meaning that lightning would be the best element to harm that creature, Shizun suggested. We should gather any lightning release user we can find and have them be the bulk of the attack. Meanwhile, the rest of us could attack from multiple directions in order to confuse it, or at the very least, prevent it from moving deeper into the battleground, Guy added. A sound plan. All right, let's go. Shizun said, as she and the rest of her comrades rushed towards the giant made of wood. Chapter 115. Battling Giants. Or. Timber. Here it comes. The wood golem had one of its arms raised, hand clenched into a fist, and quickly brought it down. Expecting what was going to happen, every ninja quickly jumped away in order to put as much distance as possible between them and the green colossus. The fist came down with the force of 1,000 hammers hitting a sheet of wood, once again opening another crater, cracks spreading everywhere, chunks of rock flying in every direction. This time, however, almost no allied ninja was caught in the localized earthquake, most of them managing to come out of it unscathed. Now. It's time to attack while it's wide open. Somebody called out. Let's go, Karen. Shizun said, as she rushed forward while making hand seals. Sage art, water release, water exploding gun. Sage Art, Earth Release, Tectonic Fury. Dozens of elemental jutsu flew towards the now wide-open golem. Shizun fired several water droplets at the giant monster, exploding into torrents of water that opened small craters on it, while Karen pulled a gigantic boulder from the ground below and chucked it forward. The golem, however, managed to recover faster than they anticipated, and with a couple of well-timed punches, managed to shatter the gigantic rock the redhead had conjured. Taking advantage of the golem's predicament, two Konoha ninja, shrouded in green auras, were going for a different approach, though. "Lee, let's aim for the legs," Guy said, as he and his protege rushed forward. "Try to aim for the joint." "Understood, Guy-sensei," Lee replied. The two green-clad ninjas leaped forward, and delivered a brutal flying kick to the wood golem's shin. Double leaf whirlwind. "Sakura, Tenten, let's not stay behind," Niji said, rushing forward as well. "Aim for the other leg." "Right," Tenten said, before making several hand seals in order to imbue her body with lightning chakra. Then she pulled out two swords, aimed them forwards, and started to spin. Lightning Release, Raging Blade Drill. Cherry Blossom Impact. Sakura focused as much chakra as she could into her fist, forming a blue flaming aura around it, and punched the giant monster in the other shin as hard as possible. 8 trigrams, Palm Spear. With the additional speed boost provided by the Celestial Gates, Niji slammed his palm into its shin as hard as he could. The damage done to the golem's forelegs didn't go unnoticed. There was a sound of wood breaking, and some cracks appeared on the construct's shins, and much to everybody's surprise, the golem stumbled back, and even threatened to fall on its back. However, in the end, it regained balance. "Not good," Guy said, almost in a whisper, as he narrowed his gaze at the gigantic creature. "Everybody, fall back." Knowing that the golem was about to counterattack, every ninja that could heard Guy did as he commanded, and even those who didn't just went with the flow and put distance between themselves and the giant monster again. In response, the giant golem violently slammed a foot down, creating yet another quake accompanied by a rain of rocks and boulders, forcing the allied ninjas to fall back once again. The golem then uprooted another tree, and swallowed it whole in no time. Not only it regenerated most of the damage taken, but even slightly increased its size. "Shit, we were so close," Karen lamented. "And it seems that it can grow from eating trees as well, Sakura. We need to bring that thing down. Or at the very least, stop it from moving," Tenten suggested, before looking at Karen. "Karen, do you think you could do that with your chakra chains?" "I don't know," the bespectacled girl replied, as she looked at the golem with apprehension. "The only time I tried to restrain something so big was when we faced that other half of the Nine Tails, and back then I had help of people with wood release that could subdue it. But you are a sage now. I presume that has to count for something," Niji said. "I guess it does," Karen said. "Still, the chakra of that thing is ridiculous. Binding it's not going to be easy." "Nobody said it's going to be. But we believe you can do it, Karen," Niji assured her. "We just need that thing not to move for a few seconds, so we can take it down for good." "Hey, what's doing?" Lee asked. Everybody looked at their giant enemy, and much to their shock, it started making hand seals. "The hell? That thing can use ninjutsu!" Sakura cried, shocked and angered. The golem finished the hand seal sequence, and clapped his hands together. The very next moment, a few serpentine dragons similar to the one coiled around it sprouted from its body, albeit smaller in size, and letting out roars, lunged at the allied ninjas as their necks/bodies extended, before they finally detached from the golem's body. The wood dragons broke through the already shattered ground as if it were water, sending small rocks and pebbles everywhere, while trying to catch the allied ninjas between their jaws, slam them with their snouts, or crush them with their bodies. This caused the allied ninjas gathered around the golem to spread even further in order to avoid the attack. One of them went straight towards Karen, almost as if sensing that she was one of the most dangerous foes present. It was right, of course, as the redhead was about to show. "Oh, my jutsu hurt your master even more than the others, right?" Karen said, as she leaped back, dodging a bite from the wood dragon. Her hands started to fly through hand seals. I can assure you that this is going to hurt just as much. Sage Art, Earth Release, Tectonic Grip. As the wood dragon continued its chase, rocks and pebbles scattered around began to quickly gather together, taking the shape of a giant hand. Once formed, the hand grabbed the serpentine dragon by its midsection, stopping it on its tracks. The dragon started to trash, letting out loud screeches, but was unable to break free. "Okay guys, I have this one down. Burn this tree to ashes," Karen yelled. Karen's request was quickly replied in the form of a barrage of multiple elemental jutsu coming from the many nearby ninja around her. Blazes of fire, streams of water, blades of wind, lightning bolts, and chunks of rock all collided against the dragon's head, blowing it up completely. The rest of the body withered and disintegrated into rotten pieces of wood almost instantly. Meanwhile, Shizun was dealing with one of the other dragons, both dragging its attention to her, as well as trying to blast it with elemental ninjutsu. Sage Art, Water Release, Water Exploding Gun. Shizun fired multiple bullets of hyper-compressed water from her fingertips. However, the serpentine dragon expertly zigzagged around her attacks, managing to dodge them, with the resulting water explosions merely soaking it. Shizun was about to prepare her next attack when she felt the earth shake. The ground below her feet cracked open as the dragon's tail broke the surface, and tried to smack the black-haired medic Nin, who leaped away, narrowly avoiding the hit. It hid its tail underground in order to catch me off guard. Even if they're merely wood constructs, these things have a mind of their own, Shizun noticed, before her feet touched the ground once again. The dragon tried to smash Shizun under its tail again. That won't work a second time. Despite its superficial intelligence, the wood dragon wasn't aware that Shizun's Sage Mode granted her enough strength to catch its tail just before it could hit her. Shizun then gathered all her strength, and hurled the dragon back at the wood golem. "Go back to your daddy," the black-haired sage yelled. Sadly, her aim wasn't as good as she was hoping, and missed the golem by a large margin. The wood dragon crashed against a nearby tree, which was toppled down by the impact. Fortunately, the impact was strong enough to break the serpentine creature in several pieces. Despite the fact that two of its serpentine dragons had been destroyed, the others managed to keep the rest of the allied ninjas busy, and taking advantage of their predicament, the wood golem advanced once again, the ground shaking with each of its steps. Even with the remaining wood dragons, the rest of the ninjas fell back. "That's it, the rest -1. Karen stood there, defiantly staring at the incoming colossus. Though aside from determination, her face also appeared to be pensive, as if coming up with an idea. "Karen?" Sakura asked, upon seeing that the redhead didn't move. "Karen, what are you doing? Come on, we need to get away from that thing." "I have an idea," Karen said, her eyes fixed onto the approaching giant. "It's kind of risky, but if it works, we'll have a good opportunity to destroy that thing in one hit." "What? What idea? Hey, wait!" Sakura yelled, hurrying after Karen, who started to sprint towards the golem. "What are you doing? Are you insane? You don't have to follow me," Karen replied. "Though I could use a bit of your help doing this." "Sakura, Karen. What are you two doing?" Shizun yelled. She was going after them, but unfortunately another wood serpent got in her way. "Damn it!" As Karen and Sakura ran, the earth shook more and more violently with each step the golem took, no doubt the tremors being worse because they were getting close to it. Though Sakura could observe that the footsteps of the wooden construct were becoming deliberately heavier. "Karen, I think that thing noticed us, and it's trying to stop us," Sakura warned the redhead. "What makes you think that?" Karen asked. The golem delivered another stomp, this one with enough force to crack the earth even further, and send a rain of boulders and rocks towards the incoming kunoichi. The two of them managed to nimbly dodge the incoming chunks of rock, and use their chakra-enhanced strength to destroy those they were unable to dodge. "Well, that wasn't as bad as I thought," Sakura said. "Ha! That's the best you have, you oversized vegetable doll," Karen taunted. It seemed the golem heard the two kunoichi, because the next stomp carried much more power. It produced a shockwave that spread outwards in a circle, tearing the ground apart, sending the two kunoichi flying into the air. "Whoa! The two of them said at the same time. Regain your balance. We're almost there. We can't let this thing stop us. Karen said, as she managed to land on her feet on the unstable land. She then jumped from one flying chunk of rock from another, followed by Sakura. I still don't know what the hell do you plan to do? Sakura protested, following the redhead. You'll see shortly. Almost there. Karen said, her feet touching the ground again. Now rush forward and don't stop. Karen. We're getting close to that thing's feet. Sakura urged, panic seeping through her voice. I know. Use a mud jutsu to make sure it doesn't stomp the ground again. Karen told her. Even if she wasn't sure of the plan, Sakura started to make hand seals. I'll need to put quite a lot of chakra into it to trap that thing. And even then, it won't last for long. I only need a few seconds. If you can buy me that, I can do the rest myself. Karen said. Sakura reluctantly nodded, finished her seal sequence, and slammed both palms into the ground. Earth release, mud trap. Earth release, crushing avalanche. That moment, the ground between the golem's feet turned into mud. A tiny patch at first, but it quickly spread outwards, forming a large brea pit, deep enough for the golem to sink its feet into. It tried to break out of the trap, but the mud restrained its movement. Sakura's second jutsu manifested in a series of large rocks appearing above the pit of mud and falling onto it, creating a pathway that Karen could use to cross without being trapped. Well done, Sakura. Now get over here. Karen told her, as she rushed under the golem's legs, hopping from one rock to the other, until she reached the other side. And once she was at an appropriate distance, she made her move. Adamantine sealing chains. Multiple chakra chains shoot from Karen's chest, guts, arms, and hands, small at first, but growing in size as they moved towards the golem. The chains wrapped around the arms, legs, body, and the serpentine dragon coiled around its body. The redhead then grabbed all the chains, and using chakra-enhanced strength in combination with the senjutsu-enhanced strength, gave a mighty pull. The golem, who was trying to remove the chains clinging to its body, was pulled backwards a little, but nowhere near enough to make it fall on its back. The wood colossus managed to pull the chains back, forcing Karen to direct chakra to her feet in order to stay stuck to the ground. Karen, hold on. Sakura said, as she crossed the mud pit through the rocks she had created. Help is on the way. Sakura quickly rushed towards Karen, and helped the redhead to push the golem down. However, even with the two of them combining their strength, it wasn't enough to topple the Migthi green monster. It's too big. Sakura said, as she continued to pull. The rest need to push it from the front, so we can pull it from behind. Hopefully the others will realize what we are doing. Karen said. The rest of the ninjas fighting the golem had fell back in order to escape from the shockwaves and tremors caused by its stomps. Fortunately for Karen, it happened to be the case, since Niji was observing the two kunoichi with a mix of interest and fear through his byakugan. At first he didn't know what they were trying to accomplish, but once Karen released her chains, it was crystal clear. Niji? What are they doing? Guy asked. They aren't trying to topple that thing on their own, are they? Tenten asked. That's exactly what they're doing, Niji said, his eyes still fixed on them. But they're unable to do it on their own. Then what are we waiting for? We should help Sakura-san and Karen-san. Especially now that that monster has been stopped on its tracks. Lee said. Lee is right. Come on, we can't let this opportunity pass. Guy enthusiastically agreed. Everybody, let's go. Following Guy's lead and rallying cry, the nearby allied ninjas all charged forward once again, firing elemental jutsu, while others leaped at the golem and struck it with all their might. Shizun, thanks to her senjutsu-enhanced strength, and Guy and Lee, thanks to the celestial gates, were able to deliver quite the blows to the mighty golem, who started to tumble back. While this happened, Karen and Sakura continued pulling the golem down from behind, and their efforts, with the help of the other allied ninjas, finally paid off, as the golem lost its balance, and started to fall down on its back. Yes. We did it. Karen said, as she looked in triumph at the toppling figure of the wood golem. However, she noticed that Sakura wasn't beside her anymore, but was running away like crazy. As a shadow loomed over her while growing larger, it dawned upon Karen that the golem was about to fall right on top of her. Shit! Wait for me! Karen cried, as she ran away as fast as she could. The golem's back hit the ground. Fortunately, Karen was able to escape in time, with a couple seconds to spare, once again producing a shockwave that made the whole earth tremble. That moment, Kurotsuka flew down and started to bark orders. Quickly! Destroy the wood dragon wrapped around its body. The Tsuchikage urged. Before it gets back on its feet. I'm on it, Lee said, as he ran across the golem's body, rushing towards the dragon. The wooden serpent noticed both Lee and its intentions, as it tried to snap him between its jaws, but the green-clad special Jonin was too fast. Channeling as much chakra as he could through his body, Lee made his move. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Lee jumped and delivered a spinning roundhouse kick that pretty much shredded the dragon's head into tiny bits of wood. Yes. Well done, Lee. Guy cheered. Not wasting any time, Kurotsuka started to make hand seals, before clapping her hands together. Everybody, move away from the golem, or else you might be turned into ashes. Dust release, atomic dismantling jutsu. Kurotsuka brought her hands apart, summoning a cube of white light. She threw the cube at the fallen giant, and this time there was nothing to intercept it. Pouring as much chakra as she could, Kurotsuka enlarged the cube of light until it covered the whole golem. There was a bright flash of light, and the cube disappeared. Where the golem once lied, there was now nothing but a rectangular-shaped mark. Yes. The golem is no more. A Kumo ninja cheered. All hail Tsuchikage-sama. It was her who sent it into the oblivion. An IWA ninja said. Hey, 2 Konoha Kunoichi helped as well. Don't leave them out. A Konoha ninja protested. Before it could escalate into something uglier, Kurotsuka intervened. Enough. Kurotsuka yelled. We might have defeated a Migthi foe, but this battle is far from over. We can celebrate later, now find some more enemies to kill. The Tsuchikage's orders had the intended effect, and soon most of the allied ninjas dispersed across the battleground, in order to put an end to the remaining enemies. Commander, Niji called, as he walked towards Kurotsuka. The Hyuga had his Byakugan fixed on her. Are you okay? You may act tough, but I could see that you expended quite a lot of chakra on that one jutsu. I know, but I need to keep a brave face. The troops can't see their commander look weak, Kurotsuka said. It would be bad for their morale. It would be worse if they saw you die, Shizun interjected. Come on, let me patch you up. I can do something to curb your exhaustion for a bit. The Tsuchikage wanted to protest, but the rational part of her told her that she should listen to the black-haired medic Nin. Sighed in defeat, the young Kage floated down towards Shizun. As the battle against the wood golem happened, in another part of the battleground another fight was also making the ground tremble. Not because any of the combatants were as big as the aforementioned golem, though they were bigger than a normal human, that's for sure, but because whenever their blades clashed, the power behind each of the strikes faced against each other produced a shockwave that made the floor quake. 2 chakra constructs, one vibrant red, the other pitch black, with the shape of the upper half of humanoids encased in heavy armor. Itake's was wielding a sword made of yellow flames on one hand, and a shield in the other, while Fugaku's was wielding 2 long katanas on each of its hands. So far, they did nothing but trade blows, but Fugaku was able to parry every one of Itake's strikes, much to his frustration. I can't see any gap in his defense that I can exploit, Itake said, his Sharingan carefully analyzing every centimeter of his enemy. Even if I already defeated Father once, the situation changed too much. Any advantage I might had over him is long gone. Itake! Suzuki shouted. The elder brother looked at Suzuki, who didn't summon his Susanoo. Let's attack from afar. The 2 of us together. Suzuki, why aren't you using Susanoo as well? Fugaku asked, the same question crossing Itake's mind. I thought you had the main Jikyo Sharingan. I don't need it to beat you. Suzuki spat back, though Itake doubted his younger brother could back up that claim. Come on, Itake. Itake nodded. The shield on his Susanoo disappeared, and its now empty hand summoned 3 spinning Megatama linked by a circular thread, which were launched towards Fugaku's Susanoo as if they were a shuriken. Yasaka Megatama. Amaterasu. Sasuke ignited the Megatamas with his jutsu, forming a ring of spinning black flames. Fugaku's Susanoo brought its katanas together, merging them into a double-bladed sword, and started to spin it as fast as it could. The double sword spinning raising a powerful wind, but that wasn't the move's purpose. Instead, the spinning blade served as an improvised shield that deflected the flaming Megatamas, sending them away. The chakra katanas caught fire, but Fugaku solved that problem by simply tossing them away, dispelling them and letting the black flames to fall on the ground, before instantly generating 2 new katanas, and joining them together into a new double blade. Damn it, no effect, Sasuke cursed, as he flinched, clearly fighting to stay on his feet. He has problems even with just Amaterasu. No wonder he refuses to use Susanoo, Itachi noted, as he worriedly looked at his brother. Sasuke, are you okay? Don't worry about me. Focus on the enemy in front of us. Sasuke snapped. Sasuke wasn't merely trying to distract Itachi from his issues, as Fugaku was preparing to attack. The black Susanoo raised its double sword above its head, and started to spin it again. A powerful tornado started to form around Fugaku's Susanoo, but the Uchiha brothers doubted that once again the wind was the attack. And their assumptions turned out to be right when the black Susanoo tossed the spinning double blade at them. Sasuke, behind me! Itachi cried. Sasuke thankfully moved behind Itachi's Susanoo. As the spinning double blade flew towards them, raising powerful winds, Itachi quickly resummoned the Susanoo's shield on its left hand, and put it between itself and Fugaku, parrying the blow. The double blade continued spinning, grinding against the shield, resulting in a shower of sparks spreading everywhere. Eventually, both the shield and the double blade were sent flying away in different directions. Not even the Yata mirror was able to completely nullify an attack of such power, Itachi lamented. This is going to dash. Itachi, watch out! Sasuke cried. Itachi's Sharingan registered Fugaku and his Susanoo moving to close combat distance, both blades coming down from different angles for a devastating strike. The elder brother only had time to raise his sword of Totsuka in order to parry both blows. Still, his Susanoo was unable to absorb the force behind the double strikes, and was pushed backwards. Itachi! Sasuke repeated, before turning his eyes towards Fugaku. The youngest Uchiha formed hand seals as fast as he could before unsealing a Fuma Shuriken, which was instantly imbued with both electricity and fire. He tossed the shuriken at the enemy Susanoo, while making more hand seals. Double elemental release, Plasma Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. The flying star of steel, fire, and lightning replicated itself a dozenfold, just before they all crashed against the black and red Susanoo, resulting in several explosions of fire and electricity. Sasuke was hoping that all the chakra he had spent on that jutsu was worth it, but when the smoke dispelled, he was disappointed to find that the damage done was lesser than what he expected. Fugaku's Susanoo had some missing chinks of armor, but that was about it. An impressive attack, son, Fugaku praised. The last time I saw you, you were barely able to use the clan's signature jutsu. Yet now you are able to use 2 elements at once. Now you realize of my potential, don't you? Sasuke bitterly replied. One can go far when you have a willing teacher or mentor. Unfortunately, such attack won't be of help in the long run. If you expect to defeat me, you should use Susanoo, Fugaku told him. Your brother can use it, why can't you? This has to be a joke. Even in death, you can't help but compare me to him, Sasuke replied, his eyes flaring with anger. It is not my intention to put you down, but in this situation, it's inevitable, Fugaku began, his stare hardening. If you can't use Susanoo, then you can't help your brother. Worse, not only you aren't helping him, but you're forcing him to protect you while he fights me. You're nothing but a distraction to him. Shut up. Sasuke roared, a purple aura flaring around his body, followed by his Susanoo forming and taking shape. This is bad. Father's words only made Sasuke even more unbalanced. Now he uses his anger to maintain his Susanoo, but that won't last long, Itachi worriedly thought. I need to end this fight as soon as possible. Itaka poured more chakra into his own Susanoo. Itaka started to float as his Susanoo's lower half developed, first the bones of 2 legs, followed by muscle and skin, and finally armor. Fugaku, however, showed that his skill with Susanoo was at least on par with his eldest son's, and Fugaku's Susanoo also reached the full armored humanoid stage. Suzuki's Susanoo didn't reach that stage. So, it's going to be you and me, son, Fugaku bitterly said, as a memory came to his mind. Like our last encounter. And just like in our last encounter, I shall be the one to come out on top. Itaka said, as his Susanoo stomped forward. Meanwhile, apart from the rest of the battles, Tsunade and Nagato continued their duel, each of them aided by the animals they were able to summon, many of them locked in a duel of their own, while Tsunade fought Nagato, his multi-headed dog and his chameleon. Nagato was forcing Tsunade on the defensive by showering her with missiles generated by the Azura path. Taking advantage of her predicament, the chameleon opened its mouth, ready to snatch the Sannin with its tongue. Tsunade, however, already expected this and extended her hand towards it. Bansho Tenin. The giant chameleon was yanked towards Tsunade by an invisible force, and the moment it was close enough, Tsunade sank her fist inside the reptile's flesh. The punch was hard enough to undo the summon. Yes. 1 vermin less dash. Tsunade was interrupted when she saw the giant multi-headed dog ready to pound her. Unable to use the Deva path again, the blonde Sannin was forced to jump back. And it was that moment when Nagato chose to strike, as his hands weaved through hand seals. In your current predicament, you can't avoid this attack, Nagato announced, as he finished his jutsu. Wind release, wind scythe. Nagato motioned his arms in a wide arc outwards, creating several crescent-shaped blades of wind, which flew towards the airborne Tsunade. Unable to use the Preta path while she was moving, Tsunade did the only thing she could, call one of her summons for help. Said help came in the form of the giant bird, who dived down and shielded Tsunade from the wind blades with its own body. Not only had Nagato's jutsu enough power to cause enough damage to dispel the summon, leaving a cloud of smoke behind, but there were still a couple of blades of wind left that continued their way towards Tsunade. The blonde woman braced herself as the attack connected, leaving deep gashes on her left arm and right side. Blood quickly began to pour from them. Heh. Tsunade said, as she quickly brought one hand to the side, where the worst wound was, and started to heal it. You managed to land a pretty good hit. Not bad, kid. Nagato didn't say anything. That moment, the earth started to rumble, forcing Tsunade to jump away once again, a second before the giant centipede broke through the floor, sending rocks and pebbles flying in every direction. As famed as a medic you are, you won't have the time to heal your wounds, Nagato said, sounding like he was warning her. Kid, one doesn't get to be the best medic who ever lived if I was unable to heal myself while fighting, Tsunade retorted, sounding almost offended, as her feet touched the ground, her healing uninterrupted. There's more to being a medic than mere medical knowledge. Let's hope you can back up those words with actions, Nagato said, remaining still. That moment, both the centipede and multi-headed dog rushed her. Fortunately, she could sense that her lobster had defeated Nagato's giant panda, unsummoning it. She mentally ordered the lobster to come to her and help her deal with the animals harassing her. Unfortunately, lobsters weren't exactly known for their speed on land, and it wasn't close to her. The first one to attack was the centipede, who slammed its head against Tsunade. She almost felt her body jumping away on her own, but she realized that was what the enemy was expecting, and instead of dodging it, she stopped healing herself and took the attack head-on, grabbing the centipede by its mandibles. The dog then moved to attack the apparently defenseless Tsunade. Apparently being the key word, as with a mighty heave, Tsunade hurled the giant arthropod against the large canid, sending the two of them rolling aside. Tsunade wasted no time and continued healing her injured side, and that moment, she could feel the rhino she had summoned being destroyed by Nagato. Shit, there goes another of my animals. Guess Nagato decided to focus on them while I'm busy, so he can overwhelm me with numbers, Tsunade thought, realizing the redhead's plan. Now I only have one animal left. Speaking of which, the giant lobster finally managed to reach her position. And just in time, as the centipede and the multi-headed dog were back on their feet, and ready to attack again. The dog charged first, its many heads barking furiously, but it was intercepted by the lobster, who tackled it away. That still left the centipede to deal with Tsunade. Basho Tenin. Of course, there was also Nagato himself, as the redhead reminded her through his actions. Tsunade was yanked from her position and hurled into the air towards Nagato. The centipede attacked in tandem, ready to eviscerate the Sannin between its jaws. Tsunade, however, was far from helpless, and cast her right hand towards the giant arthropod. Shinra Tensei. The gravitational push not only hurled the giant centipede back, but it also propelled Tsunade backwards, away from Nagato and the rest of his beasts. Nagato, however, wasn't going to give Tsunade any time to breathe, and his hands quickly flew through hand seals. Water release, wild water wave. Nagato expelled a huge conical-shaped torrent of water from his mouth at the still airborne Tsunade. The slug princess, however, wasn't impressed. "I saw what you were doing there, but it won't work this time," Tsunade said, just as she landed with a loud boom, the ground cracking beneath her high-heeled shoes, seconds before being engulfed by the incoming torrent. She raised a single hand forward, which started to glow with a white light. Gakido. Through the power of the Preta path, Tsunade absorbed the water jutsu, converting it back to pure chakra and adding it to her own reserves. "Not bad, kid, but you miscalculated," Tsunade gloated. "I can assure you, I did not," Nagato calmly replied. That moment, Tsunade felt the earth rumble. Her one visible eye widened upon seeing the giant ox charging towards her, while letting out a loud bellow. Tsunade panicked, as she was still absorbing Nagato's jutsu, and thus couldn't move. She tried to absorb it as fast as she could, and finished just when the ox was on top of her. Tsunade jumped back to avoid being gored by the giant beast's horns, and even if she was able to dodge the horns, she was hit by one of the animal's legs, which sent her flying, until she crashed against a tree, who promptly snapped in two. Fortunately, despite her age, the slug Sannin was resilient enough to withstand such a powerful hit. She could felt a couple broken ribs, though. "Oh boy, this is going to hurt so bad tomorrow," Tsunade lamented, as she started to heal herself as fast as she could. And to make matter worse, she felt the last of her Rinnegan summons being defeated by Nagato and the rest of his animals. Tsunade was now alone while Nagato still had the multi-headed dog, the centipede, and the ox. "Well, shit. Tsunade," Nagato called. "Even with the Rinnegan, you're no match for me. I suggest you mimic the same thing the Raikage did, and run away before I take your life. I don't want more innocence on my conscience." "Touching, but you know I can't do that," Tsunade replied, as she got back on her feet. "You can't let your pride to get in the way. Orochimaru knows you have my other Rinnegan, and wants it for himself," Nagato said, sounding more worried. "Obito already has the other Rinnegan, you can't let this one fall in the wrong hands. Let me assure you that your concerns have been taken into account, and that no Akatsuki lackey, either willing or unwilling, will take this eye from my socket," Tsunade replied. If she could keep him talking, she could buy more time to heal herself. "Plus, I'm the only one capable of taking you down. You're too dangerous to let other people join this fight. You shouldn't be afraid to risk the lives of your comrades for the sake of defeating me," Nagato insisted. "I'm among Orochimaru's most powerful reanimations. Defeating me will deal Akatsuki a big blow. Like I said before, you don't have anything to worry about," Tsunade said, as she wiped some blood from her arm with her finger, and smeared it on her palm. "You will be defeated." "Excuse me if I'm not that convinced," Nagato dryly said, as his remaining animals converged to him. "I have 2 Rinnegan eyes, while you only have 1, not to mention that I'm more experienced wielding its power. All your summons have been destroyed, while I still have some at my side. So far, it appears that this fight will be solved in my favor." "Good point. But you see, I have a little something that you don't have. A certain summon that's going to tip the battle in my favor," Tsunade said, as she made 5 hand seals. "Summoning jutsu." Tsunade slammed her hand into the ground, making Nagato and his animals to tense up, bracing themselves for whatever Tsunade was going to summon. When the initial burst of smoke dispelled, there was a small slug at Tsunade's feet. The slug quickly climbed Tsunade, and perched herself on the Sannin's shoulder. "You ready, Tsunade-sama?" The slug asked. Indeed. You can begin now, Katsuyu, Tsunade said. That was your ace in the hole? Nagato asked blankly. I was aware you have a summoning contract, but I expected you to summon something bigger to counter the animals still under my command. Don't judge an opponent based on her size, Tsunade said, as she closed her eyes. That moment, blue marks appeared around her eyes, and when she opened them, they were golden instead of their usual hazel. Or else you might get a nasty surprise. Tsunade quickly dashed towards Nagato, but the redhead reacted just in time, raising a hand towards her. Shinra Tensei. Tsunade was once again blown away by an invisible force, though unlike the other times, it did little harm to her. Meanwhile, Nagato jumped backwards while ordering his beasts to attack her at once. So, you have Sage Mode. Given that Jiraiya-sensei and Naruto had it, it shouldn't be a surprise, Nagato commented. Of course. I wasn't going to be the only one in my family to be left out, Tsunade said, as she regained balance, eyeing the giant animals charging at her. Good. That might give you an edge against me. After all, it was what allowed Naruto to beat me, Nagato said, looking now a little more hopeful. Oh, you have no idea, kid, Tsunade said, making the ram seal. Sage art, gracious deity gates. Suddenly, massive red torii fell from above on top of the giant animals, pinning them to the ground, leaving them completely immobilized. Several torii also fell on Nagato, but the undead ninja, being smaller and much faster than the lumbering animals, was able to dodge them expertly. Despite Tsunade's new power and his own unwillingness to fight, his body would continue fighting towards the very end. Do you like that? My grandfather created that jutsu. Tsunade said. Now you proved to be more dangerous than initially assessed. I will be forced to use my most powerful abilities, Nagato said, as he cast an arm upwards. Chibaku Tensei. Nagato shot a gravity core the size of a marble into the sky, which quickly began to pull chunks of rock, tree branches, dirt, and everything it could attract in order to form a satellite. Oh no, you won't. Not that shit again. Tsunade shouted, as she leaped into the forming planetoid. The memory of how she almost lost Jiraiya, not to mention Konoha's potential destruction due that jutsu, was still fresh in her mind. She let the gravity core pull her into the forming planetoid, but once she was there, she resisted the pull and punched her way to the core. Konan had explained to her in detail how every Rinnegan jutsu worked. The Chibaku Tensei was a sphere of super-concentrated chakra that generated a powerful gravitational field in order to form a planetoid. In order to disable that jutsu, the sphere of chakra needed to be destroyed. Despite the enhanced endurance and resistance provided by Sage Mode, it was increasingly hard to dig her way to the core when more and more rocks were being blasted onto her body. Still, she was able to reach it relatively quickly. She placed her hand onto the core before more rocks could be pulled. Gakido. Using the Preta path, Tsunade absorbed the gravity core, disabling the jutsu. The rocks that had been gathered to form the satellite quickly fell to the ground. Rather than fall, though, Tsunade took advantage of her position in order to leap at Nagato, who once again raised a hand to defend himself. Shinra Tensei. Tsunade was once again blasted backwards. However, she then grew another pair of arms, and fired the hands from those arms like they were missiles, while remaining connected to the forearms through cables. Tsunade's detached hands latched onto Nagato's shoulders just as she touched ground, before reeling the cables in, pulling Nagato towards her. And, after reaching close combat distance, she placed a hand on his forehead. Don't worry kid, this will be over soon, Tsunade empathically said. Nagato didn't say anything, he merely smiled. Ningendo. Tsunade pulled Nagato's soul out of his artificial body, and let it return to the afterlife, where it belonged. Without a soul, Nagato's body quickly crumbled into a pile of dust and paper bits, revealing the corpse of the unfortunate Visit Morikimaru had used to revive the redhead. The blonde Sannin let out a sigh of relief. Okay, one less headache, she said to no one in particular. She turned around, and ran back towards the bulk of the battle. Time to put an end to this. At the same time Tsunade fought Nagato, Itake, and Suzuki continued their duel against Fugaku. Or more specifically, Itachi and Fugaku fought each other within their respective Susanoo, while Sasuke watched impotently. Itachi had proved in the past to be a superior swordsman to his father, and he believed that that would translate to the fight between Susanoo, only to find out how wrong he was. He didn't knew why but suspected that the fact that Fugaku was a remotely controlled reanimation had something to do with it, but Fugaku's Susanoo moved much faster than Itachi's, and its blows were delivered with far more dexterity, attacking with quick, wide swings that were difficult to parry and pushed Itachi's Susanoo back. Fueled by rage, Sasuke managed to bring his Susanoo to its armored form, but was unable to reach the full form. Still, deciding that it was better than nothing. A purple chakra bow appeared between the Susanoo's hands, and fired multiple arrows at Fugaku's Susanoo. But much to Sasuke's frustration, the black Susanoo parried them expertly with its double sword, almost making it appear as if it wasn't even paying attention to Sasuke. In a certain manner, it wasn't. Damn it! Sasuke cursed, as his Susanoo wavered, his rage no longer being able to sustain the chakra construct, as the anguish and despair he felt over the idea of accidentally killing Naruto washed over his being, making him fall to his knees. It's no good. I can't use the main Jikyo Sharingan, and without it, I can't help Itachi. Useless. Useless. He shouted, slamming his fists against the ground. He raised his gaze, and saw, unsurprisingly, Itachi being pushed back even further by Fugaku. This seemed to snap Sasuke from his brief pity party and return to his sense. No, there's no time to whine. Main Jikyo Sharingan or not, I need to find a way to help Itachi, Sasuke said, as he got back to his feet and ran towards the two chakra giants. Or else father's going to kill him. Itachi's Susanoo was struggling more and more against Fugaku's vicious attacks. Even if Sasuke couldn't harm Fugaku directly, if he could provide some distraction, it would buy his brother some seconds to breathe. His hands flew through seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke breathed a fireball towards Fugaku's Susanoo, which had its back turned on him. The fireball hit its mark, but it didn't appear to cause enough damage. Undeterred, Sasuke breathed more fireballs, all of them hitting its mark. This time, they had the intended effect, as the black and red Susanoo turned around, its ugly visage focused on the youngest Uchiha. Sasuke, what are you doing? Fugaku called. Get away from here. Shut up, father. Sasuke yelled back. I will help Itachi no matter what. Sasuke didn't stop, and continued shooting fireballs at him. This time, Fugaku's Susanoo either moved aside to dodge them, flying into the sky until they were no longer seen, or blocked them with his double-bladed sword, as it stomped towards him. However, the youngest Uchiha had already accomplished what he set to do. Fugaku was no longer focused on Itachi, which gave him some much-needed time to regain his force, and launch a surprise attack from Fugaku's back. However, much to his shock, Fugaku's black Susanoo sidestepped, allowing Itachi's red Susanoo to stumble forward, before the former delivered a brutal kick to the later, making Itachi's Susanoo fall to the side. That was careless on your part, Itachi, Fugaku said, sounding half disappointed and half worried. Itachi! Sasuke yelled, as he rushed towards his fallen Susanoo. Unfortunately for Sasuke, Fugaku didn't forget about him. Sasuke, run! Fugaku warned him. He winded up the arm holding his double blade, before he tossed it at Sasuke. The youngest Uchiha could do nothing but stare at his incoming doom, his Sharingan allowing him to see the deadly blade coming at him almost in slow motion, but still not slow enough to dodge it. Then, there was a red blur, and Itachi's Susanoo suddenly appeared between Sasuke and the flying blade, parrying it with the sword of Totsuka. Unfortunately for Itachi, his weakened Susanoo was unable to absorb the force Fugaku's double blade carried, and was blown backwards, falling on its back. Itachi! Sasuke shouted again, this time his voice sounding weaker. His eyes shifted from Itachi's wrecked Susanoo, to Fugaku's incoming one. Once again, a feeling of despair took hold of his body, as an horrible realization dawned upon him, not only he wasn't even able to provide assistance to Itachi, but his presence was a distraction, forcing his older brother to protect him and take hits aimed at Sasuke. Is this how it was going to end? After all his training, battles, experience, was this his end? Being killed along just his brother by the raised corpse of the father that neglected him? Just because he wasn't able to overcome the trauma of awakening the Mangekyo Sharinon? Rage flooded once again. Though, unfortunately, it wasn't the kind of rage one could channel into strength, for Suzuki himself was the target that rage. He hated himself for allowing this to happen. You're so focused on getting over the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharinon, that you can't see the path in front of you. Take a look at what your brother and Shisui did. They overcame their trauma of the Mangekyo Sharinon not because they aimed to do that, but as a side effect of setting a different goal. Try to emulate them. Set a goal. And you'll see how in the end, you can leave that moment behind. Suddenly, Sakura's words from days ago echoed inside his head. Sakura, even if it was a bitter consolation, Suzuki was glad that his girlfriend wasn't there to see him. Not only because he didn't want her to witness his demise, but because he didn't want her to see him in such a sorry state of mind. Sorry, Sakura. I did try to follow your advice, but I was unable to, Suzuki mentally replied. Don't say your goodbyes so soon. I know it takes more than this to get rid of you, Suzuki-kun. Sakura? Is that your voice I'm hearing in my head? Suzuki replied. Or am I going insane now? I know the Mangekyo Sharinon can drive someone insane. It happened to Obito. Am I the real Sakura? That doesn't matter. What matters is what are you going to do now? It's not too late. You can still unleash the true power of your eyes, Suzuki-kun. You're not thinking clearly. No, I'm not, he admitted. Facing father again, it awakened in me feelings I thought that left behind. How cold he was towards me. How he always forced me to live under Ataka's shadow. How when he finally warmed up to me it was because he had a disagreement with Ataka. And how he led our entire family to its doom for a medquest for power. Not the best moment to overcome the trauma of awakening the Mangekyo Sharinon. But not an impossible task either. You should have done this before, but you can still do it now. There is still time. Always the optimist. Sorry, but I don't think I can set up a goal right now, Suzuki bitterly replied. Yes. Yes you can. Tell me, Suzuki-kun, what do you want? It isn't obvious? I want to master the Mangekyo Sharinon so I can help Ataka, and don't be a goddamn dead weight he has to risk his life to protect. Suzuki mentally shouted. No, that's not what I mean. What do you want, Suzuki-kun? What do you want to do with your life? What's your reason to be a ninja? What do you fight for? Every action you take, every fight you enter, every enemy you slay, what's the purpose behind those? What do you wish to achieve? I want. Suzuki began, as the ground shaked, Fugaku Susanoo dangerously approaching with each step. I want to be a strong ninja. So I can protect what little family I still have. So I can make them feel proud of me. Good. What else? I want to clean the Uchiha name. The Uchiha insurrection will be something that history will never forget, but I want future generations of Uchiha to be unburdened by such tragedy caused by their short-sighted ancestors. I want future generations of Konoha ninja to look at us again like they did in the past, with awe and admiration. Yes. But there's more, isn't it? I want to be happy. I want my family to be happy. I want to see Shisui and Shizune Sensei's children to grow up into strong ninjas so they can look at them with pride. I want to see my brother happy after how much he suffered for me and for the village. I want to tell my girlfriend how much I love her, and that I'm looking forward to the future we have together. Splendid. But I can still feel there's something else left. Yes, Suzuki thought, as he got back on his feet. He could slowly feel how the despair and anguish slowly disappeared, being driven away by steel-hard determination and burning hot righteous anger. His body felt lighter as the weight of the burden he carried since that fateful day was lifted from his shoulders. He glared at the incoming Susanoo. The pattern of his eternal Mangekyo Sharinon formed on his eyes, as a purple aura surrounded him. I want to find the one responsible for all our misery, the one that started this war. And make him pay for it. Purple light exploded around Suzuki, as his Susanoo formed around him. Skeleton, muscle, skin, and armor. And then legs. His Susanoo then grew in size until it almost matched Fugaku's. A sword appeared on its right hand, while an hybrid between a bow and a shield appeared on its left wrist. "So, you finally did it," Fugaku said, his lips cursing into a small smile. "Your Susanoo looks impressive. Just wait until you see it in action," Sasuke said, as he commanded his Susanoo to advance forward. Once again, Fugaku was forced to fight one of his sons. Sasuke managed to land few good early hits, but once Fugaku got a taste of Sasuke's Susanoo's fighting style, he was able to block and parry the youngest Uchiha's blows, and return them in kind. Eventually, Fugaku gained the upper hand, and just like he did with Itachi, pushed Sasuke back with a series of devastating blows with his double blade. "I'm afraid that your second wind won't be enough to match me, son," Fugaku said, as he struck the purple Susanoo, making it fall on its back, producing a tremor. The black Susanoo raised its double sword over its head, before it brought it down. However, Sasuke's Susanoo wasn't struck. All of a sudden, Itachi's red Susanoo was between the two of them, parrying the blow with the sword of Totsuka. "Maybe not. But between the two of us, we'll be able to beat you," Itachi said, as he pushed the enemy Susanoo backwards. Sasuke's Susanoo got back on its feet. "You okay, Sasuke?" "Yeah. Let's go," Sasuke said. Now finally fighting together, the two brothers fought their father. One would attack, forcing Fugaku to parry the blow, and before their father had the chance to counter-attack, the other would strike at him, forcing him back. With this tactic, they locked their father on the defensive, depriving him of a way to attack them. "Keep going, Sasuke. Sooner or later, we'll be able to find an opening good enough for a killing blow," Itachi encouraged. "Yes," Sasuke replied. This time, the two of them brought their swords at once, which Fugaku blocked with the help of his double-bladed weapon, struggling against the two brothers. "Yes, between the two of you, you might have a chance at beating me," Fugaku said. "Unfortunately, this Susanoo isn't at its strongest level. I can still bring it to its perfect form." Suddenly, Fugaku's Susanoo grew in size again, becoming broader and one head taller than Sasuke and Itachi's. The chakra construct developed a pair of feathered wings on its back, and an ugly mask resembling a tengu. A katana appeared on each of his hands, and merged them together by the handles, creating an even larger double blade. "I hope you are prepared for this," Fugaku said, as his Susanoo moved to attack. The perfect Susanoo moved forward, delivering a powerful blow with its double sword. Itachi's Susanoo took a step forward, and raised its shield to block it. Fugaku was undeterred and kept pressing the attack, forcing Itachi to fall back as he blocked the strikes with his shield or parried them with his blade. Then, all of a sudden, Itachi jumped backwards and moved aside, dodging the attack. Huh! Purple filled Fugaku's vision as he saw Sasuke's Susanoo aiming an arrow at him. Sasuke let loose, and fired a purple bolt of chakra. Fugaku's Susanoo deflected the bolt expertly, but Sasuke fired more arrows in quick succession, forcing Fugaku's Susanoo backwards as he parried them, swinging its double blade. "Yasaka Megatama." Itachi reminded Fugaku that he was still in the fight by firing several red Magatama-shaped projectiles. Fugaku tried to deflect them as well, but his Susanoo was still reeling from Sasuke's onslaught, and was unable to block all of them. The Megatamas exploded upon contacting, pushing the black Susanoo backwards. "Not bad. Nice teamwork there," Fugaku praised. His Susanoo managed to regain his balance, and gripping his double sword, its blades started to glow with chakra. "But watch out. You still haven't seen what this Susanoo is capable of." Susanoo, earth-piercing heavenly blade. Fugaku's Susanoo stabbed one end of its double blade into the ground, releasing a conic underground shockwave forward, tearing apart the earth as it traveled, sending rocks and chunks of earth everywhere. "Sasuke, behind me!" Itachi yelled. As Sasuke hid behind his brother, Itachi channeled more chakra into his Yata mirror, which increased in size, and slammed it into the ground. The underground shockwave clashed against the shield, producing a huge explosion. However, even if the explosion managed to crack the shield, it protected the rest of Itachi's Susanoo. "Sasuke, now!" Itachi said. "You don't have to tell me," Sasuke replied. Sasuke's Susanoo jumped from behind Itachi's, and started firing purple chakra arrows at Fugaku's Susanoo. The perfect Susanoo flapped its wings, and jumped into the sky. "You won't evade me?" Sasuke shouted, as he started to make hand seals. Susanoo, infernal release, black burning arrows. Sasuke continued firing arrows at the airborne Susanoo, except this time they were coated in the black flames of Amaterasu. However, despite its huge size, Fugaku's Susanoo was fast and nimble enough to dodge all of them, and the arrows disappeared into the sky. "Itachi, I have a way to end this fight for good," Sasuke said. "But we need to bring him back to ground level. I suppose you can't reach the perfect level." "I'm afraid not," Itachi replied, looking upwards. Fugaku's Susanoo was flying in circles above them, like a bird of prey ready to strike its unsuspecting prey. "But I don't need to in order to bring him down." Then, much to Sasuke's surprise, Itachi undid his Susanoo. "Itachi? What the hell are you dash? I can't reach him with my Susanoo active. But I'm light enough for yours to throw me at father's Susanoo once it's close enough. If I can latch onto him, then I can bring it down." Sasuke looked at him, as if judging his idea. His face was a stony mask. "Very well then," Sasuke said, as he commanded his Susanoo to pick Itachi up. "Just be careful. Watch out, here it comes," Itachi warned. And indeed, that was the moment Fugaku had decided to swoop down at them, raising a powerful gust of wind as he flew dangerously close to the ground. Now, with all his might, Sasuke hurled Itachi at the incoming perfect Susanoo. Itachi's own Susanoo started to form around him, starting with the ribcage, but before it could properly develop, the hand of Fugaku's Susanoo extended forward and caught him between his fingers, shattering it, before flying back into the sky. "You had a good plan, son. But you should remember that, even if I couldn't hear you from above, the Sharingan allows me to read your lips," Fugaku said in a chastising tone, watching his son struggle inside the giant chakra construct's grip. Blood started to trickle from Itachi's mouth. "I'm sorry, son, I didn't want it to end like this." "You have many reasons to be sorry, father," Itachi said. "But my death won't be one of them." Itachi closed his eyes, and all of a sudden, an explosion of light came from the former clan heir, blinding Fugaku. The former Uchiha clan head screamed as his eyes were seared by the burning light, made even worse by the enhanced vision provided by the Sharingan. The Susanoo unwittingly released Itachi, dropping him. Itachi then wiped some blood from his mouth, and made hand 5 seals. Summoning Jutsu. Itachi thrust his bloodied hand down, producing a burst of smoke, and from the smoke, a giant raven emerged, breaking Itachi's fall. "You shouldn't trust your Sharingan so much, given that it failed to see the flashbang I hid in my hand," Itachi whispered to himself. "Fly above him." The giant black feathered bird obeyed, and placed itself and Itachi above the still blinded Fugaku. Itachi's eyes morphed into his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan form, as he aimed his vision at Fugaku's wings. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted around Fugaku's Susanoo's wings, consuming them almost instantly. Without wings, the so-called perfect Susanoo plunged towards the ground below, crashing with a thunderous boom. The impure world resurrection's regeneration quickly healed the damage to Fugaku's eyes, allowing him to see again. Despite being wingless, the rest of his Susanoo was still in one piece. He'd only need to pump more chakra in order to regrow its wings and take to the sky. "This is the end, father," Sasuke said. Fugaku turned to see his son's purple Susanoo, its sword raised towards the sky, and its left hand coated in a mass of lightning. "Sasuke? What are you going to dash?" Fugaku was interrupted by a thunder. Looking up, he saw that the sky was covered in dark storm clouds. He could see the flash of light produced by lightning jumping from one cloud to another. It was then followed by a draconic figure made of pure lightning emerging from the clouds. Just what kind of jutsu was that? Susanoo, Kirin Lightning Blade. Suddenly, Sasuke's Susanoo rushed forward, its blade still raised. A powerful lightning fell from the sky, landing on Sasuke's Susanoo's blade, acting as a lightning rod, supercharging it with electricity, before the electrical blade was brought down. Fugaku's Susanoo manifested once again its double-bladed sword in order to parry the strike. However, it proved to be useless as Suzuki's attack cut through his defense as if it was made of butter, before striking the Susanoo itself. All the energy stored in the blade was released at once, resulting in an explosion of white light that disintegrated Fugaku's Susanoo, as well as Fugaku himself. Of course, being a reanimation, not even disintegration was enough to put Fugaku for good, and the bits of paper and dust he was reduced to quickly gathered and formed, regenerating his body. And once he was finally regenerated, the sword of Totsuka pierced his back, and went through his body, emerging from his chest. "It is done," Itaka said. "Now I will seal you, father. And once impure world resurrection is undone, I'll release your soul into the afterlife." Thank you, son," Fugaku said. "Thank you. Is there anything you want to say before I seal you?" Itaki asked. "Since you're giving me the chance, yes," Fugaku weakly said. "Itaki, I'm sorry for the way I treated you. For what I forced you to do that night. I can't imagine what your life has been after that. Still, I'm proud to see that you become such a strong and loyal ninja, and that your conviction hadn't wavered since the last time I saw you." Suzuki, his Susanoo no longer active, was now walking towards the two. He hadn't completely heard what Fugaku was saying, but he was able to read his lips. He walked closer, imagining, or at least hoping, that his father would have some last words for him. "Suzuki," Fugaku said. "Come closer." Said hope turned out to be true. "I'm here, father." "Suzuki, I'm sorry the way I treated you too. How I wasn't the father you deserved to have. I tried to excuse myself by saying that being a clan head didn't leave me enough time to spend it with you, but we both know that that's a lie. I can't imagine either how the repercussions of my ill-fated insurrection affected you, given that you were so young. But I'm very happy and relieved to see the fine young man and ninja you turned out to be. I couldn't ask for a better son, Suzuki. All I ask you now is to follow the same path you are walking right now. You and your brother will be the ones to give the Uchiha clan back the honor I made it lose. I love you, son." I love you too, father," Suzuki said, as his eyes started to get wet. He mentally chastised himself for getting so emotional, but he struggled to fight the tears back. Itaka took Fugaku's silence as his cue, and sealed him completely inside the Susanoo's gourd. "Hey, brother," Itaka said, as he walked towards Suzuki, the red Susanoo fading into nothingness. "Are you okay?" "No," Suzuki replied. "But I will be." "This fight had to be very hard on you, Suzuki," Itaka said, placing a hand on his shoulder, and slowly pulled him into a hug. "Is this what you felt when you had to fight all of our clansmen 8 years ago?" Suzuki asked. "More or less. Though I think it was worse back then," Itaka told him. "After all, our clansmen were living people back then." There was a moment of silence, as the two brothers stood there, motionless. After a minute, Itaka spoke again. "I believe the battle is still going on," Itaka said, finally breaking the hug. "Now that we're done with this, we should go with the others, and help them." "Agreed. But..." Suzuki's voice wavered. "Just give me a second." Itaka smiled at him. "Of course." Thanks to Suzuki's Kirin, the dark storm clouds around them started to disperse, allowing light to flood the forest around them. And as the Uchiha brothers looked at the shining sky, they could feel how the emotional wounds that had been there since that fateful night 8 years ago were finally beginning to close. Check the description for the links to the author.